Good evening and welcome to the Sleep to Lore series. Tonight we'll talk about The Dark Tower, Stephen King's monumental epic that stretches across shifting sands, parallel times and infinite worlds. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Have you ever experienced a moment of déjà vu so strong that it felt like you were stepping into a parallel timeline? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoy these deep dives, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. As a new channel, every member who joins is helping to build this library of lore from the ground up. If you want to support these deep dives, click the join button below. Now, let's leave the ordinary world behind and transition to the shadows of the tower, the bloodstained communion in Manhattan. We begin with Father Donald Callahan, a man who has long outlived the borders of his own map-drawn reality. Standing outside the Dixie Pig in the heart of New York City alongside young Jake Chambers, Callahan is no longer the frightened, faithless priest who fled a vampire-infested town in Maine. He is a warrior of the white. In his palm rests a seemingly fragile artifact, an ivory turtle, the Skuldpadda. It is a conduit of staggering electric power. What makes this opening sequence so deeply profound is the psychological landscape of Callahan's mind. He isn't paralyzed by the impossible odds waiting behind the restaurant doors. Instead, he experiences an absolute crystalline serenity. The voice of a higher power, perhaps Gan himself, whispers in his soul, confirming a tragic but beautiful truth. Callahan's role in this grand cosmic play is reaching its violent conclusion. His life is the currency required to ensure the boy survives. As they cross the threshold, the sheer sensory overload of the Dixie Pig acts as a masterclass in Stephen King's brand of claustrophobic horror. Jake's perception is dialed to an agonizing, hyper-alert frequency. He doesn't just see the monstrous patrons. He smells the metallic copper stench of adrenaline, masking a far more grotesque aroma, meat roasting with rosemary, meat that is undeniably human. The dining room is a surreal nightmare populated by low men, the animal-headed Taheen, and the dimly glowing aristocratic vampires. When a bird-headed Taheen attempts to rally the monstrous diners, Callahan mounts a table and hoists the ivory turtle like a blazing beacon. The psychological effect of this artifact is fascinating. It doesn't physically harm the creatures. It pacifies them, stripping away their malice and reducing them to lethargic husks. But the true terror of the Dixie Pig isn't sitting at the tables. It lurks behind a decorative tapestry depicting a nightly feast. As Oi the bumbler begins snapping the necks of parasitic, mouse-sized insects scuttling across the floor, the tapestry is torn down to reveal a sickening reality. The artwork was a literal reflection of the room behind it. A cannibalistic communion where the ancient primordial Type 1 vampires, the grandfathers, are devouring human flesh. These are not the romanticized bloodsuckers of Gothic literature. They are ancient, tumor-riddled abominations with jagged fangs and auras of decaying violet. The turtle's magic has absolutely no effect on them. Here, Callahan's character arc reaches its absolute zenith. Years ago, he was broken by a master vampire, his faith shattered, his cross rendered useless. Now, faced with the grandfathers, his faith is a raging inferno. He brandishes his cross, and it burns with a blinding, righteous light, literally melting the flesh of the ancient monsters. He is no longer defined by his past cowardice. He experiences the euphoric liberation of absolute redemption. However, the Taheen, unaffected by the holy symbol, swarm him. The ivory turtle is knocked away, lost forever. Knowing the grandfathers will soon feast upon him and damn his soul to eternal undeath, Callahan makes the ultimate agonizing choice. Bleeding from torn flesh, he uses Jake's weapon to execute the nearest Taheen, then presses the steel barrel under his own chin. With a final triumphant salute to Roland of Gilead, Father Callahan pulls the trigger. He does not die a victim. He dies a gunslinger, escaping his ancient enemies and stepping freely into the clearing at the end of the path, currents of the cosmic ocean. While a bloodbath unfolds in Manhattan, the narrative violently shifts to the dense, sun-dappled woods of Maine in the year 1977. Roland Deschain and Eddie Dean are navigating the mundane asphalt in a borrowed Ford Galaxy, urgently trying to reach a localized portal to rescue Susanna, but the universe has other plans. The sheer fragility of reality is exposed when an apocalyptic force known as an Avan-Cal, a massive tidal disturbance along the cosmic framework of the beam, washes over them. The transition from a quiet country road to the terrifying expanse of the Todash space is jarring. Gravity simply ceases to exist. Eddie and Roland find themselves floating weightless amidst the mundane debris of the car's interior, violently detached from the physical world. This isn't just a magical teleportation, it is an intrusion of cosmic horror. King masterfully plays with the terror of absolute passivity here. They are stripped of their agency, transformed into ghostly voyeurs. The wave deposits their consciousness into a sterile, horrifying medical ward. They hover, invisible and helpless, above a delivery bed where Susanna and her demonic alternate personality, Mia, are physically separated yet connected by grotesque machinery. A rat-headed nurse and a hawk-headed doctor prepare to deliver a prophesied abomination. The psychological torture of this scene is immense, particularly for Eddie, who is forced to watch his wife suffer, utterly incapable of intervening. Yet Susanna's resilience is staggering. Even through the haze of agony and the heavy metal hood binding her, she senses her husband and her leader floating above. With her last ounce of willpower, she mouths a single word: Chassid. 19. It is the fundamental numerical fabric of their cursed reality. Just as the medical horrors escalate, the cosmic tide violently rips Roland's consciousness away, hurling him across dimensions and directly into the mind of Father Callahan at the exact moment the priest is making his final stand in the Dixie Pig. This is where we see the terrifying, pragmatic core of Roland Deschain. He doesn't offer comfort. He doesn't mourn the priest. Roland ruthlessly hijacks Callahan's vocal cords, utilizing the man's failing body as a megaphone to scream at Jake to flee. Jake, fiercely loyal, refuses to abandon his friends. He argues, desperate to stand and fight. But Roland's forceful possession is joined by a frantic mental push from Eddie, warning Jake that the ancient vampires will slaughter his beloved pet, Oi, right before his eyes. The psychological manipulation works. The threat to innocence is the only thing that breaks Jake's stubborn bravery. As the boy and the bumbler sprint toward the kitchen, escaping the massacre, Roland is forcefully expelled from Callahan's dying mind. He is thrown back into the dark, doorless void between dimensions, the maddening sound of the Todash chimes ringing in his ears as he desperately clings to Eddie in the terrifying abyss. A pawn in the hands of Ka. The men violently snap back into their physical bodies inside the parked Ford Galaxy. The transition from the metaphysical nightmare back to a dusty summer afternoon in Maine is brutal. The phantom pain of vampire fangs lingers on Eddie's skin, a horrific psychosomatic echo of the priest's demise. When Roland confirms that Callahan is dead, he doesn't speak of it as a tragedy, but as a tactical victory. The priest managed to kill himself before the corruption could take him. The profound tragedy of their situation settles over Eddie. His wife is trapped in an alternate dimension, likely facing unimaginable horrors, yet they cannot simply charge through the nearest door to save her. King injects a fascinating layer of bureaucratic, mundane reality into this cosmic epic. They must secure a vacant lot in New York, a piece of real estate housing a metaphysical rose that holds the universe together. To save the macroverse, they have to found a corporation. The juxtaposition is almost absurd. yet it grounds the high fantasy in a gritty, recognizable reality. Eddie realizes they need an agent in this timeline to handle the legal warfare against the corporate entities serving the Crimson King. They turn to the only ally they have left, a localized main caretaker named John Cullum. When Eddie dials Cullum from a public payphone, he encounters the eerie, undeniable gravity of Carr. Cullum, who was supposed to be fleeing the state, is waiting by the phone. He doesn't know why, but destiny has anchored him there. Eddie instructs the old Yankee to meet them, effectively drafting a simple countryman into a multi-dimensional war. As they drive toward their rendezvous, the narrative delivers a gut-wrenching encounter that serves as a grim reminder of what they are fighting for. Stumbling along the highway shoulder is a horrifically mutated creature, glowing with a sickly radioactive green luminescence. This is a child of Roderick, a pathetic, dying remnant from an ancient, poisoned lineage. When Roland steps out to confront the creature, the atmosphere shifts from suspense to sorrowful reverence. The mutant recognizes Roland's ancient royal bloodline, dropping to its knees in the dirt. It begs for the release of death, but before Roland grants this mercy, he interrogates the dying being. Through broken, gibberish dialects, the creature reveals their ultimate destination, Feedic, a ruined, death-haunted fortress nestled under the shadow of Thunderclap on the path of the beam. With the intelligence gathered, Roland draws his legendary revolver and puts a bullet through the creature's head. It is an act of pure grace, yet it is executed with chilling efficiency. The mutant's body disintegrates into ghostly, ephemeral smoke, leaving nothing behind but the echo of the gunshot. As Eddie gets back behind the wheel, a creeping realization dawns on him. He looks at Roland, his surrogate father and leader, and feels a profound sense of awe mixed with genuine terror. Roland's dedication to the Dark Tower is absolute. He will show mercy, yes, but he will also sacrifice a priest, manipulate a child, and execute the suffering without a second thought if it serves the ultimate quest. Eddie understands, perhaps clearer than ever before, that to follow the gunslinger is to walk a path where love and loyalty are secondary to the survival of the universe. And despite knowing this, despite the horrific cost, Eddie Dean puts the car in gear and drives them further into the dark. The birth of the Spider King. With the hour of delivery imminent, Susanna Dean cast her gaze around the sterile, echoing infirmary, methodically tallying her foes. This was the gunslinger's way, a cold and necessary calculus inherited from Roland of Gilead. You never draw your weapon until you know the exact geometry of your opposition, or until you accept that today is the day you die. Despite the agonizing, thought-intrusive helmet clamped to her skull, Susanna's mind remained lethally sharp. She counted 11 threats in total. There was Sayre, the ranking officer of this nightmare, bearing the telltale pulsing red spot of a low man on his forehead. Below him was Scouther, the arrogant physician positioned to deliver the child, his white coat carelessly concealing an automatic pistol that Susanna had already mentally claimed as her own. Arrayed around them were 5 other low men, heavily armed, their true monstrous features hidden beneath humanizing masks that would allow them to walk the streets of Manhattan unnoticed. Adding to this grotesque assembly were 3 vampires, the parasitic pilot sharks of the Crimson King's armada, shrouded in dark blue auras and carrying weapons that ranged from traditional firearms to a humming, guttering sword of electric light. Finally, there was the nurse, a creature with the terrifying head of a massive brown rat. 11 enemies in a vast subterranean medical facility that felt entirely severed from the reality of the New York streets above. To survive, Susanna knew she had to strike when their attention was entirely consumed by the arrival of Mia's child. The psychological toll of this moment cannot be overstated. As the crippling waves of labor washed over them both, Susanna experienced a profound, abyssal sorrow. The child was flowing out of her and entirely into Mia. the final transmission of a living message her body had been hijacked to carry. In the midst of this overwhelming physical trauma, a strange telepathic and physical bond remained. Mia, gasping and delirious, grasped Susanna's wrist and delivered a single word, a fulfillment of a twisted promise to free her captive if chance allowed. The word was a password, whispered into Susanna's mind. Chassit. It was a term vibrating with the foundational magic of their universe, a key to the doorways that stitched the failing realms together. In the throes of this agony, Susanna experienced a surreal vision. Hovering near the distant ceiling of the ward, drifting like phantoms in a watery abyss, were Roland and Eddie. They were completely naked, surrounded by a bizarre halo of floating debris, a matchbook, ashes, a penny, and a rubber car floor mat. To a lesser mind, this might have been dismissed as the hallucination of a brain breaking under stress. But in the universe of the Dark Tower, where the fabric of reality is constantly fraying, Susanna instinctively understood that this absurd vision was proof of their presence. The floor mat was the anchor to truth. As the telepathic connection provided by the sinister North Central positronics abruptly severed, a disconnection that felt like being released from a crushing mechanical vice, the birth reached its bloody apex. Mia, screaming obscenities and invoking the bizarre, ancient rituals of her kind, pushed with a terrifying primal strength, the child crowned. The room fell into a hushed, reverent chant, welcoming the Dantet, the little savior. What emerged was a creature of profound and unsettling duality. At first glance, the baby appeared miraculously human, chubby, blue-eyed, with a gaze piercingly similar to Roland's, and possessing a shock of black hair. Yet the horrific abnormalities were impossible to ignore. A mouth filled with perfectly formed, sharp little teeth, a bizarrely large, fully erect appendage, and upon the left heel, a stark crimson mark, as if the child had been stamped by the bloody thumb of the Crimson King himself. Mia's reaction was one of pure, unadulterated madness. She was fundamentally broken by the journey, her sanity entirely consumed by the parasitic nature of her motherhood. She wept with a manic, terrifying joy, smearing her face with the infant's blood, covering him in frantic kisses, completely blind to the reality of the abomination in her arms. It is a chilling reflection on the nature of unconditional love, twisted here into a suicidal delusion. She worshipped the very thing designed to destroy her. The illusion of the beautiful child did not last. As the infant clamped its jaws onto Mia's breast, a terrifying metamorphosis occurred. A wave of red light washed over the boy, followed by a creeping, lightless blackness. The rosy flesh shriveled and melted, limbs retracting and mutating until the child became a monstrous, bristling spider. The only remnant of its human guise was a pale, deformed face rising from its back, blinking with blue sparks of malice. This was not a birth, it was an execution. Mia's death was a masterpiece of body horror. As the spider god fed, it did not merely drink milk or blood, it consumed her very essence. Her vibrant flesh instantly faded to the pallor of ancient paper. Her face split open from hairline to chin, spilling not blood, but a dry, stale-smelling white dust. The monster systematically tore away her breast, burrowing into the hollowed-out husk of its mother, deflating her like a punctured balloon. Mia had traded eternity for a child that viewed her as nothing more than an incubator and a first meal. The sheer shock of the transformation paralyzed the room, but it was the absurdly polite voice of a domestic robot named Nigel offering an incubator that snapped Susanna back to her lethal reality. Her gunslinger reflexes ignited. In a blur of calculated violence, she unholstered Scouther's weapon and blew a hole through his chest. She systematically eradicated the vampires and the most dangerous of the low men, her bullets shattering the illusion of their control. The chaotic symphony of gunfire, shattered bone, and the blaring, deafening siren of the blinded robot transformed the delivery room into a slaughterhouse. Sayre, the orchestrator of this atrocity, attempted to flee, his face mask torn away by the caress of the spider's leg. Susanna, devoid of mercy and fueled by the memory of her fallen friends, executed him with 2 shots to the back of the head. When she turned her weapon on the spider thing, a terrifying psychic voice echoed in her mind, a petulant, arrogant demand for survival from the Crimson King's heir. Susanna fired, missing a lethal blow but severing one of its 8 hairy legs. Leaking yellowish pus and screaming psychic threats of vengeance, the abomination scuttled into the shadows. Left in the ringing silence of a subdued room, Susanna commandeered the blinded, incredibly polite robot, Nigel. She forced the machine to carry her out of the infirmary and through the dusty, haunted corridors of the Fedic facility. The halls were a museum of decay and despair, littered with the corpses of low men who had chosen suicide over facing the wrath of their dark lords after this catastrophic failure. Eventually, they arrived at a massive, echoing rotunda, a nexus of dimensional doors. Only one remained functional, humming with ancient failing energy. Door number 9, leading to New York. With her back against the portal, armed with a stolen Walther PPK and a few spare clips, Susanna Dean sat on the checkerboard floor. She dismissed the robot, choosing to wait in the suffocating silence. She was the immovable object, holding her ground at the edge of the multiverse, listening to the dying wheeze of the machinery, waiting for a boy who might already be dead. In the belly of the beast, far above the subterranean horrors of Fedic, Jake Chambers was waging his own desperate war for survival. The only thing tethering him to life, keeping him from joining Father Callahan in a noble but final sacrifice, was the immediate threat to his loyal Billy Bumbler, Oi. As Jake burst through the doors of the Dixie Pig's kitchen, he traded the blood-soaked dining room for a chaotic, steam-choked vision of hell. The kitchen was a grotesque parody of culinary industry, a place where the air was thick with the scent of charred meat and ancient grease. The head chef was a towering, grey-skinned warthog wearing stained whites, casually stirring massive vats and overseeing the roasting of its own kind upon an iron spit. It is a brilliant, sickening manifestation of discordia, a realm where cannibalism and casual cruelty are institutionalized. When one of the dishwasher mutants, a monstrous cat creature, hissed at Jake, the boy didn't hesitate. The rigorous, brutal training of the gunslinger took over. He hurled an orizer plate, severing the creature's head in a spray of blood and suds. The warthog chef, trapped in its own dim-witted reality, absurdly demanded Jake take the dead mutant's place at the sink. Another hurled plate ended the chef's babbling, sending the massive beast crashing into the open flames of the roasting pit. Jake was operating on pure, unadulterated adrenaline, his childhood innocence long since burned away by the fires of Midworld. He held the choke point at the kitchen door, using the razor-sharp plates to decapitate the low men who foolishly tried to push through. It was a brutal reenactment of Thermopylae, a lone warrior holding the pass against an army of monsters. After speaking briefly with a terrified, dim-witted dishwasher named Jokobim, who offered a cryptic warning to mind the mind trap, Jake followed Oi deeper into the bowels of the building. They descended a seemingly endless staircase into a cavernous, abandoned transit hub beneath New York. For a fleeting, glorious second, Jake heard Susanna's voice echo in his mind, a beacon of hope in the dark. But the reunion was violently severed by a psychic attack from his pursuers. A mental hand clamped down on his cognitive functions, attempting to root his feet to the floor. With the sheer, desperate willpower of a cornered animal, Jake slammed the doors of his mind shut, severing the psychic intrusion and freeing himself to run. The chase through the ancient, tiled corridors was a descent into both physical exhaustion and psychological terror. As Jake ran, a forgotten song from a kitchen radio began to loop obsessively in his head. The lion sleeps tonight. It was the mind's desperate attempt to self-soothe, a rhythmic distraction from the burning stitch in his side and the relentless echoing footfalls of the hunting pack behind him. But the architecture of the Dark Tower universe is inherently predatory. The ancient, decaying technology of the old ones does not merely attack the flesh, it weaponizes the mind. As Jake ran, the sterile tiled walls began to sprout verdant, impossible greenery. The air grew thick with tropical humidity. A massive orange butterfly fluttered past the flickering fluorescent lights. The corridor was seamlessly dissolving into a prehistoric jungle. When Jake reached the edge of a misty clearing and looked down, the true horror of Joachim's warning materialized. Lumbering out of the foliage was a triceratops. This was not a real dinosaur, but a projection ripped directly from the darkest, most vulnerable corners of Jake's childhood memory. The mind trap was a terrifying mechanism that trolled the subconscious for deeply buried fears and manifested them as lethal reality. For Jake, the dinosaur was intricately tied to a period of intense childhood neglect. He remembered being 4 years old, abandoned by his wealthy, emotionally vacant parents for a week, left in the care of a housekeeper named Mrs. Greta Shaw. He remembered watching a B-movie called The Lost Continent on the $1 Million Movie Channel, utterly paralyzed by the cartoonish, stop-motion monsters on the screen. The dinosaur represented the profound, existential terror of a child who feels entirely unprotected in a chaotic world. It was the death fly, the creeping dread of mortality and abandonment that he had repressed for years. The insidious nature of the mind trap is that knowing it is an illusion offers no protection. If Jake stepped into that clearing, the manifestation of his childhood trauma would physically tear him to pieces. The imagination, when weaponized by the technology of Fidik, is entirely capable of inducing a fatal stroke or heart attack. He was trapped between the ghosts of his past and the very real monsters sprinting up his back trail. In a moment of extraordinary tactical brilliance and profound interspecies trust, Jake realized the loophole. The trap only worked on the mind perceiving it. Oi, lacking human cultural context and cinematic phobias, saw only the empty tiled hallway. The bumbler smelled no beast, heard no roar. Jake initiated a complete mental swap. He pushed his consciousness into Oi's furry, low-to-the-ground body, while Oi's simple, pragmatic mind took control of the boy. The resulting sequence is a masterpiece of suspense and physical comedy laced with terror. Oi, deeply disturbed by the precarious teetering mechanics of bipedal walking, had to pilot Jake's body through the corridor. He shuffled forward like an elderly woman navigating black ice, his arms wrapped tightly around his own bumbler body for balance. Inside Oi's mind, Jake had to keep his eyes squeezed shut, fighting the nausea of the swinging gate while listening to the horrifying roars of the prehistoric beasts that his own brain was desperately trying to manifest. Behind them, the pursuing pack, led by a ruthless enforcer named Flaherty and a stoat-headed Taheen named Lamla, crashed into the illusion. They, too, were subjected to the trap. Flaherty's mind conjured a rampaging, fire-breathing dragon from a fairy tale his father had read to him. Unlike Jake, the pursuers possessed the numbers and the firepower to cheat the trap. Lamla directed his sharpshooters to blindly fire into the walls, shattering the hidden glass projectors that powered the mirage. The jungle dissolved into static, and the ancient hallway reasserted itself. The illusion shattered. The pack resumed the hunt with renewed bloodthirsty vigor, chanting cadence as they closed the distance. They promised to eat the boy's flesh and drink his blood. The psychological pressure was immense. Jake, having swapped back to his own exhausted body, was running on the absolute dregs of his stamina. The stitch in his side felt like a physical blade. As the heavy door marked North Central Positronics loomed ahead, Jake slammed into it, hammering his hands against the unyielding surface. He was preparing to make his final stand, turning his back to the door, assuming the gunslinger's throwing stance with his last two erisers. He was fully prepared to die for the tower, for Roland, and for his furry companion. But the universe, for once, offered a sliver of grace. Through the heavy door, the voice of Susanna Dean broke through the noise of the approaching mob. She yelled the password, Chassit, the sacred geometry of their quest. As Flaherty burst into view, leveling his weapon and firing a shot guided by sheer hateful willpower, the door clicked open. A strong brown hand reached through the gap, seizing Jake by the collar and yanking him and Oy backward into the void. The bullet that would have ended the boy's life whined harmlessly through the air, where his head had been just a microsecond before. The heavy door slammed shut, echoing with the finality of a vault. Flaherty beat his fist bloody against the ghostwood, screaming in impotent rage, but the portal was sealed. Through a combination of ruthless pragmatism, psychological endurance, and the unbreakable bonds of their quartet, the survivors of the Dixie Pig had slipped the snare. For now, in the dark, humming belly of the machine, they were safe. The storm over Turtleback Lane, the landscape of western Maine, particularly the Emerald Depression cradling Kezar Lake, is no stranger to freakish meteorological phenomena. The locals whisper of blizzards in late August and winter tornadoes ripping across the frozen water, crackling with localized thunder. But the tempest currently amassing over Turtleback Lane is entirely unnatural. It is a cosmic sickness, a volatile, suffocating manifestation of the crumbling beams that hold the delicate architecture of the multiverse together. The sky has bruised a necrotic purple and black, and the air tastes of copper, heavy ozone, and static electricity. These are not merely weather patterns, they are the atmospheric death rattles of a dying reality. Eddie Dean feels this volatile charge deep within his nerve endings, a witchy exhilaration lighting up his solar plexus. For Eddie, this electric anxiety isn't just meteorological, it's a profound psychological tuning fork. He is vibrating with the extreme thinness of the world around him. This specific sliver of Lovell, Maine, is a geographic membrane, a highly permeable veil where parallel universes bleed seamlessly into one another. When Eddie and Roland arrive in the dusty Ford Galaxy, they are greeted by John Cullum, an old local caretaker who seems entirely unbothered by the impending apocalypse. Cullum possesses the unflappable quiet grit of a man who has seen enough of life to no longer be terrified by its shadows. Cullum informs them that the real epicenter of the dimensional bleeding is a property called Kara Laughs, but he wisely suggests they retreat to a nearby empty cabin to parley before the sky completely falls. Inside the safety of the wood-paneled cottage, shielded temporarily from the unnatural dark and the zombie-like gaze of the black lake outside, a pivotal transfer of cosmic destiny occurs. Over the course of an hour and a half, Eddie unspools their unbelievable multi-dimensional saga. In a masterful stroke of narrative and psychological insight, the text reveals precisely why Cullum, a grounded rural pragmatist, believes every single bizarre word. It is the immediate, unspoken recognition of soldiers. Shared violence and wartime trauma breed an immediate brotherhood, a frequency that Roland, Eddie, and Cullum all operate on. Roland and Eddie are not just telling a story, they are recruiting. They task Cullum with a monumental objective: travel to New York, unite with Aaron Deepno and the abrasive Moses Carver, and found the Tet Corporation. Their mission will be a ruthless shadow war of corporate sabotage against Sombra and North Central Positronics to protect the magical rose and safeguard a certain fiction writer who is inadvertently holding the universe together. To prove his legitimacy to Carver, Roland gifts Cullum an ancient silver cross, a magical artifact that plays a deeply hidden childhood memory of Susanna's. It is a breathtaking leap of faith for all involved. Why does an aging caretaker agree to fight a multidimensional corporate war against the agents of the Crimson King? because psychologically the human spirit craves a transcendent ultimate purpose. Cullum is offered the secret machinery of the universe, and despite his fear, his soul cannot resist turning the ignition. Armed once more with their lost weapons, cleverly recovered by Cullum from a previous shootout, Roland and Eddie leave the old man and brave the storm. As they approach Kara Laughs, the woods are suddenly alive with spectral anomalies. Walk-ins, radiation-scarred wanderers from other times and devastated places, drift through the trees in a mesmerizing, terrible bioluminescent glow. It is a haunting sequence, a perfect Stephen King intersection of the hauntingly beautiful and the deeply grotesque. With seconds to spare before the torrential rain extinguishes the magical anomaly, Roland drags Eddie into the blinding core of the light, abandoning the mundane world to fly through the ether. Blood in the corridor. On the other side of the dimensional threshold, within the suffocating subterranean corridors of Fedic, the tension has reached a boiling point. A squad of low men and mutant Tahin, led by the vicious human mercenary Flaherty, are pounding fruitlessly against the reinforced door that Jake Chambers just managed to slip through. Flaherty's rage is not born of mere frustration. It is the frantic, cornered fury of a man who understands that failing the Crimson King means a fate infinitely worse than a simple execution. His knuckles bleed as he beats the wood, and he aggressively turns on his mutant subordinate Lamla, desperately projecting his own paralyzing terror onto the beast to maintain a facade of control. But the hunters are fundamentally unaware that they have just become the prey. The stagnant air in the tiled corridor abruptly shifts, inhaling sharply like a vacuum gasping for breath. Roland and Eddie materialize right behind the hit squad, practically smelling the residual ozone of their journey. What follows is not a frantic firefight, but a clinically precise, horrifyingly efficient execution. Roland of Gilead is an apex predator, and his psychological domination of Flaherty is chilling to witness. The gunslinger doesn't merely intend to kill the mercenary, he intends to mentally shatter him first. Speaking in a deceptively conversational, aristocratic tone, Roland exposes Flaherty's deep-seated cowardice, mocking his lineage and his reliance on bushwhacker tricks. When Flaherty inevitably tries to quick draw, Roland casually puts a bullet through his face, ending his miserable existence before he can even pull the trigger. Eddie moves in flawless, lethal synchronization with his mentor. In a matter of seconds, the hallway is transformed into a slaughterhouse, thick with the choking blue haze of gunsmoke and the coppery stench of sudden death. When Lamla, the final survivor, pitifully raises his hands and begs for a parley, Roland offers zero hesitation and zero mercy. In the brutal, uncompromising calculus of Midworld, those who willingly hunt children do not receive quarter. The immediate aftermath of the extreme violence gives way to a profound, almost agonizing emotional vulnerability. Eddie, standing amidst the stacked corpses of his enemies, is entirely overcome by the weight of his fear and love. He calls out to Susanna, and when her exhausted voice answers from the other side of the impenetrable wood, the relief is so acute, it physically breaks him, sending warm tears spilling down his face. Jake and Susanna speak the password, chassis, and the doorway clicks open. The quartet is finally, miraculously reunited. Yet, the most emotionally resonant moment belongs to Jake and Roland. The boy, who has endured unimaginable, mind-bending horrors in the dark, presses his face into the blood and dust-stained shirt of the man who once cold-bloodedly let him fall into the abyss. Father, Jake calls him, requesting permission to use the title. Roland, a man whose heart has been an unmapped, hardened desert for centuries, embraces the boy tightly. It is a stunning testament to the healing power of found family. A fragile, desperately needed circle of warmth in a profoundly apathetic, dangerous universe. The dust of mothers and the hand of the Creator. The emotional reunion takes place in the Deva Tate, a massive, chillingly sterile extraction room filled with hundreds of hooded beds. This is the industrial nightmare, where countless healthy children stolen from the callous were systematically robbed of their minds to harvest telepathic energy. At the foot of one of these beds lies the rapidly disintegrating powdery remains of Mia. She was the tragic parasitic entity who hijacked Susanna's body, driven not by cosmic malice, but by the deeply human, obsessive desire to experience motherhood. As Mia's physical form literally blows away like dandelion fluff, the quartet engages in a dark philosophical reflection. Eddie posits that the multiverse might actually be better off without the catastrophic meddling of those who mean well. It is a cynical but terrifyingly accurate observation within the broader lore of the Dark Tower, where pure love and naive intentions often pave the bloody roads to the most catastrophic ruins. As the group exchanges the harrowing tales of their fractured journeys, Susanna recounting her terrifying supernatural pregnancy, and Jake detailing his survival against vampires in New York, alongside the heroic sacrifice of Pear Callahan, a fascinating metathematic realization takes hold. They discuss the serendipitous items that saved Jake's life, a magical scrimshaw turtle and a perfectly placed key left in a vacant lot. Eddie, tapping into his street-smart intuition, recognizes the literary concept of the deus ex machina. They realize these artifacts were not random strokes of luck. They are deliberate breadcrumbs left by their very creator, the writer Stephen King. It is a dizzying, fourth-wall-breaking psychological layer. The characters are now acutely aware that their survival is entirely dependent on a flawed, vulnerable novelist in another dimension who is desperately slipping them safety nets. If King dies, their protective shield vanishes entirely. Their grim exposition is interrupted by the clanking arrival of Nigel, a domestic robot programmed with a plummy British accent. Unlike the malevolent, treacherous Andy from the Calla, Nigel initially seems benign, but he is fundamentally broken. The trauma of having his optical sensors destroyed by Susanna has critically damaged his stringent logic circuits, causing his suppressed internal errors to leak into his rational mind. Armed with chalk and Nigel's supplies, Roland maps out their desperate endgame. They must traverse the subterranean passages to Thunderclap, infiltrate the prison known as the Devar Toy, and slaughter the telepathic breakers before they can snap the remaining beams. And looming over all of this is the grim inevitability of facing the Crimson King and his horrific new offspring, Mordred, the hungry god of the lower depths. While the quartet attempts to rest in Nigel's surprisingly cozy book-lined study, the psychological tension only tightens. Nigel brings them a massive tray of canned food, but his mechanical deterioration is escalating terrifyingly. He violently twitches his head, counts erratically in German and French, and spouts random pop culture references to King's novel The Dead Zone. Susanna's sharp survivor intuition immediately flares. Nigel claims the fresh blood and wiry hairs caught in his metallic finger joints are from exterminated rats. But Susanna's maternal paranoia screams that this is a lie. She feels the oppressive, hateful weight of being watched by something deeply malevolent. She is entirely correct. Deep within the subterranean security nexus of the Fedic facility, that watcher is seething. Mordred Deshane is a psychological nightmare made flesh, a rapidly growing infant who possesses the horrific ability to shift into a monstrous, deadly spider. He is the ultimate existential abhorrence, the grotesque union of the white and the outer dark, spawned simultaneously from the seed of Roland of Gilead and the demonic Crimson King. Currently trapped in his highly vulnerable, diaper-clad infant form, Mordred is consumed by agonizing hollow hunger and a furious sense of physical impotence. The raw biological energy required to transform between his human and arachnid states is rapidly starving him to death. Unable to manipulate the complex security doors with his clumsy baby fingers, Mordred uses his innate telepathic dominance to summon the glitching Nigel. The robot blindly obeys the commands of the king's heir, delivering a squirming sack. Inside is not a rat, but a terrified, highly intelligent young Billy Bumbler. The ensuing sequence is a masterclass in visceral, unvarnished horror. Mordred shifts into his true, repulsive spider form, allowing his dark, predatory instincts, the booming, wet commands to eat, roam, rape, kill, to completely obliterate his human reasoning. He devours the innocent creature alive, tearing open its underbelly and sucking its marrow in a frenzy of absolute savagery. The consumption of the animal provides a temporary, intoxicating surge of vitality, but Mordred intuitively knows it is merely a stopgap. To sustain his unnatural, explosive growth rate, he will soon require the rich, potent blood of humans. As he reverts back to an exhausted, gore-streaked baby, Mordred sits in the glow of the security monitors, obsessively watching the quartet sleep. The emotional complexity of this newly born monster is staggering. He is a creature defined entirely by his agonizing isolation. He looks at Roland, noting the gunslinger's aging frame, his limp and his physical vulnerabilities, and is violently torn between two warring halves. One half harbors a vicious patricidal urge to conquer and destroy his fathers. The other half harbors a pathetic, infantile longing to simply be held and accepted. Mordred recognizes that the true power of the quartet lies in their impenetrable, fiercely loyal circle of love, a circle he is fundamentally barred from entering. He is an outcast, an apex predator cursed with the profound emotional fragility of a neglected child. He knows they would kill him on sight, without a shred of hesitation. Because he cannot have their love, his desperate longing curdles into an absolute, inescapable hatred. He will hunt them to the ends of the earth, driven not merely by cosmic destiny, but by the sheer agonizing bitterness of the unloved. The spider and the sorcerer. The deepest psychological trap an ancient, immortal being can fall into is the illusion of absolute mastery. For centuries, the man known as Randall Flagg, Walter O'Dim, and a dozen other names survived the brutal grinding of the universe's gears, not just through dark magic, but through paranoid cunning. Yet, as he stands in the cold, grey-tiled control center looking down at the infant Mordred Duchesne, Walter is completely blinded by his own towering hubris. His obsession with his oldest enemy, Roland of Gilead, has eroded his legendary caution. He wears a hood lined with woven metal mesh, a thinking cap designed to block telepathic intrusion, and truly believes it makes him invincible against a newborn god. But evil, especially a primordial, dual-natured evil like the Crimson King's heir, does not play by the rules of mortal wizards. Mordred, presenting as a harmless, chubby-cheeked infant, effortlessly slips past the pathetic wire mesh into the hot, chaotic soup of Walter's mind. The psychological horror here is profoundly chilling. Walter continues to monologue, laying out his grand, narcissistic design to use the child to kill the gunslinger, utterly unaware that the infant is rummaging through his thoughts, extracting his secrets, and patiently waiting to feed. Mordred plays his part flawlessly, nodding like a frightened, innocent baby. It is a terrifying testament to the deceptive innocence of true malice. Villains often talk too much when they believe their audience is helpless, a fatal symptom of deep-seated narcissism. The turning point is a masterclass in suspense. Walter, finally deciding to eliminate the child before the infant can become a threat, reaches for his weapon. The realization of his doom hits him not with a dramatic clash of magic, but with the quiet, suffocating terror of absolute paralysis. His hand freezes in his pocket. A shining wire of pure, undeniable psychic force extends from the grinning baby, binding Walter's arms, his chest, his throat. It is the ultimate humiliation for a man who has spent a millennium manipulating the minds of others to suddenly find himself stripped of all physical and mental agency. Then comes the physical horror, a visceral, sickening display of transformative violence. The baby flesh boils and darkens, erupting into a monstrous, bloated arachnid bearing a grotesque human head. Walter's survival instincts scream at him, but the shining wire tightens like a garrote. Mordred does not simply kill the great sorcerer. He forces Walter to dismantle himself. The intimacy of the violence is staggering. Compelled by the spider's insatiable hunger and dominant will, Walter's own hands rise to his face. His fingers hook beneath his eyelids, tearing his own optic nerves loose in a wet, squelching display of self-mutilation. The dark man is forced to drop his own severed eyes into the waiting, hairy maw of the beast. Then, Mordred demands the tongue, the very instrument of Walter's centuries of lies, spells, and manipulations. Walter's hand grips the slippery muscle, ripping it from his bleeding mouth in a final, agonizing crescendo of defeat. His life ends in a gluttonous, messy feast upon the cold tiles. Having erased Roland's oldest nemesis from existence, Mordred is overcome with a primal lethargy. He climbs the walls, spins a silken web, reverts to the form of a naked, innocent-looking toddler, and falls asleep. This chilling juxtaposition, the unspeakable, gory atrocity followed by the peaceful slumber of an infant, perfectly encapsulates the terrifying duality of this creature. Evil does not always look like a monster. Sometimes it looks like a sleeping child, utterly at peace after ending a world. The halls of the dead. Hours later, the quartet awakens from their heavy, unnatural slumber. Roland, Susanna, Eddie, Jake, and the fiercely loyal bumbler find the underground complex eerily silent. Nigel, the domestic robot, has expired, having fulfilled his final reluctant duties. The absence of the machine leaves a heavy, oppressive void. Led by who catches the metallic, oily scent of the robotic wolves, the group navigates the labyrinthine corridors. They emerge into a cavernous staging area that strikes a deep chord of existential dread. The room is a mechanical purgatory. Suspended from the shadows of the high ceiling by complex wiring are hundreds of deactivated, broken wolves. Draped in their green cloaks and metal masks, they hang like dead commuters, trapped in a macabre transit station. The sight is a stark reminder of the massive, soulless industrial scale of the Crimson King's operation. It is an assembly line of nightmares, now slowly succumbing to the creeping rot that is consuming all of Midworld. They locate their exit, a heavy steel door marked with a cloud and a lightning bolt, the gateway into Thunderclap. Behind the walls, the ancient machinery groans and struggles, mirroring the spiritual and physical entropy of the universe itself. The transit through this failing dimensional portal is no simple step. As they cross the threshold, reality violently rebels. It is an inside-out tearing of the senses, a horrifying metaphysical riptide that reduces the hardened travelers to helpless victims of extreme nausea. Jake collapses, violently ill, and even the stoic Roland is brought to his knees, retching upon the cracked concrete of a new, desolate world. The dimensional decay strips them of their dignity, a harsh initiation into the poisoned lands of the Dark Tower. As they recover in the gloom of a colossal glass-roofed switching yard, they are approached by three figures with raised hands, an older white-haired man named Ted, a tense youth named Dinky, and a quiet man named Stanley. In a moment of poignant cosmic resonance, Ted stares at Jake and calls him Bobby. It is a heartbreaking glimpse into the cyclical, interconnected nature of Kai. Faces and roles echo across different universes, and Ted's mistake is a profound reminder of the ghosts and past lives that haunt everyone drawn into the tower's gravitational pull. The prison of Blue Heaven. The atmosphere in Thunderclap is suffocating. The sky sags with a permanent toxic darkness, the lingering scar of a poison gas attack orchestrated by the mad Crimson King centuries ago. The switching yard is a sprawling graveyard of rusting trains and dead robots. Pursued by the encroaching threat of Tahine guards, grotesque human-animal hybrids, Ted leads the quartet into a dusty shipping office. Escaping this nightmare requires another leap of faith. Crowded into a narrow closet, the three newcomers join hands. They are breakers, possessing immense psychic abilities. Through sheer mental focus on a rocky landmark called Steek-Teet, they tear a hole in space, transporting the entire group from the claustrophobic closet to a frigid, barren mountainside. This jarring shift from a confined, dusty room to a sweeping, icy vista underscores the deeply broken and erratic nature of space and time in Endworld. From the elevation of Steek-Teet, Ted reveals the true horror of their situation. And it is a horror born not of fire and brimstone, but of pleasant, sickening complacency. Piercing the toxic gloom of Thunderclap is a single, impossible beam of artificial golden sunlight. It illuminates a compound known as Algul Ciento, or Blue Heaven. Looking through binoculars, the quartet sees what appears to be a picturesque American college town, complete with green lawns, ivy-draped dormitories, and peaceful streets. It is a staggering psychological contrast. This is the absolute banality of evil. The destruction of the universe is not being orchestrated in a jagged obsidian fortress. It is happening in a comfortable sunlit campus where the inmates are kept docile and oblivious. Dinky explains the insidious nature of this gilded cage. The breakers, whose combined psychic weight is slowly snapping the beams that hold reality together, are treated to gourmet food, endless entertainment, and simulated consequence-free sex. It is a cult of comfort, explicitly compared to Jim Jones and the People's Temple. The inmates are isolated, lonely outcasts who have finally found a place where they are valued, even if that value is weaponized to end all existence. Furthermore, they are kept chemically compliant, fed mysterious pills that boost their telepathic strength. A dark, unspoken dread hangs in the air regarding the source of these pills, hinting at a grotesque cannibalism involving the very children stolen by the wolves. To prove the fragile nature of this idyllic illusion, Ted, Dinky, and Stanley link their minds once more. With a flex of raw, unified psychic muscle, they extinguish the artificial sunbeam, plunging Blue Heaven into the terrifying, authentic darkness of Thunderclap. It is a profound demonstration of their latent power. If the breakers could only unite, they could shatter their captors instantly, but the psychological chains of comfort and addiction prove far stronger than iron bars. Realizing the narrow window they have to act, Roland formulates a chillingly pragmatic plan. He asks the breakers to bring one of the mutant caretakers, a child of Roderick, to the mountain the next day to gather intelligence. When asked if he will execute the mutant should the creature prove a liability, Roland's agreement is instant and cold. This moment highlights the terrifying moral grey area the gunslinger inhabits. He is a man willing to sacrifice the innocent without a second thought if it serves the safety of the tower. His ruthlessness is indistinguishable from the villains he hunts, a heavy psychological burden that isolates him even among his friends. Yet immediately following this display of cold calculation, the narrative delivers a devastating emotional blow. As the breakers prepare to leave, Roland approaches the quiet, curly-haired man named Stanley. Looking past the grime and the years, Roland speaks a name from a lifetime ago, from the doomed romantic days of Megis, Shimi. The revelation shatters the psychic armor of the breaker. Stanley's face crumbles as the terrified, loyal tavern boy of the past breaks through the surface. He begins to weep hysterically, the overwhelming weight of survivor's guilt crashing down upon him. He cries out for Susan Delgado, the woman Roland loved and lost, begging for forgiveness, entirely convinced that his own foolishness led to her horrific death at the burning Chayu tree. The past is never truly buried in this world. It constantly circles back, dragging the unresolved traumas of youth into the harsh light of the present. But Roland, The same hardened killer who just coldly condemned a hypothetical mutant reaches out and pulls the sobbing man into a deep embrace. He softly absolves Shimi of his perceived sins, placing the blame squarely on the wicked forces of the Chaos and upon himself. In a dying universe entirely defined by manipulation, decay, and the cruel march of destiny, this moment of profound grace is a staggering contrast. It proves that beneath the calloused, disfigured hands and the icy blue eyes of the last gunslinger, there remains a heart that still bleeds for the ghosts of his past, binding the quartet ever tighter as they prepare to assault the smiling, sunlit gates of hell, the warden of the end of the world. The banality of evil in Stephen King's cosmos is rarely as starkly illuminated as it is in the character of Pimley Prentice. We find the master of the Algul Ciento, the prison complex at the edge of existence, standing in the unforgiving fluorescent glare of his bathroom, obsessively popping an infected pimple. He is a heavy-set, balding man from New Jersey, examining his cratered skin in a magnifying mirror. Outside his window lies the rotting, irradiated wasteland of Thunderclap, a poisoned geography where death bakes right out of the soil. Yet Pimley's immediate concern is his own complexion. When his chief of security, a towering, weasel-headed Taheen named Finley Otego, arrives to report on a malfunctioning perimeter drone, we are plunged into the surreal bureaucracy of the apocalypse. Pimley is a walking psychological contradiction. He is a deeply religious man, an alcoholic who prays on his knees by his toilet, begging a benevolent God for the strength to effectively manage the destruction of the multiverse. He justifies his role in the Crimson King's doomsday machine through sheer cognitive dissonance. Pimley believes that by shattering the beams that hold reality together, he will simply transcend the physical universe and enter the kingdom of heaven, where he will be reunited with his beloved mother. This is the terrifying reality of apocalyptic malice. It does not always wear a monstrous, cackling face. Sometimes it wears a middle management suit, checks off daily tasks on a clipboard, and convinces itself that orchestrating genocide is simply a hard job that needs doing. Finley is equally fascinating, though far more grounded in his anxieties. He's suffering from a nagging, inescapable intuition, a creeping paranoia he refers to as feeling hinky. They discuss the missing robotic wolves, the hunting party that failed to return from the farming borderlands of the Kala. Finley's rational mind clings to the excuse of a computer virus, his ego flatly refusing to accept that a gunslinger might have stepped back onto the board to disrupt their game. Finley considers himself a cultured creature, finding strange comfort in human literature, particularly John Fowles's The Collector. It is a chillingly appropriate favorite book, serving as a dark mirror to Finley's own reality. He is, after all, a collector of human beings, caging psychic anomalies to harvest their power. As the two administrators walk the manicured grounds of the prison's mall, the sheer horror of Blue Heaven reveals itself. It is a cosmic slaughterhouse draped in the illusion of a serene college campus. Captive psychics known as breakers play chess and putt golf balls under artificial sunlight. When Pimley greets them, he is met with a spectrum of responses, from dazed compliance to the venomous, open hostility of Dinky Earnshaw, a former assassin who tells Finley exactly where to shove his hardcover books. Seeking reassurance, the two men ascend to the observation balcony of the study. Down below, in an oak-paneled room decorated with priceless earth masterpieces like the Mona Lisa, the breakers are hard at work. They sit in leather club chairs, appearing to read magazines, but their minds are locked onto the invisible architecture of the universe, telepathically eroding the final beams that support the Dark Tower. Guiding them is Ted Brautigan, an incredibly powerful psychic facilitator who acts as a living battery for the others. As Pimley and Finley watch, they are washed in a phenomenon known as good mind. The psychic radiation generated by the breakers acts as a potent, invisible narcotic. It is a brilliant, insidious psychological defense mechanism, whether an organic byproduct of the mind work or a subtle manipulation orchestrated by Brautigan himself. This euphoric aura bleeds into the air, forcefully dissolving Finley's paranoia and replacing it with unshakable chemical complacency. All their fears melt away. They feel absolute certainty that they have already won. But later that night, as the artificial sun is killed and the Stygian darkness of thunderclap swallows the prison, Pimley wakes to the dry, skeletal rattle of distant thunder. The narcotic wears off. In the oppressive dark, the warden's buried dread flares back to life, prompting him to triple the guard, drop to his knees before his toilet seat, and pray for the strength to finish breaking the world. The scent of the breaking tet. Miles above the prison, hidden on the rocky, wind-scoured flank of a mountain called Steek Tate, a profound and suffocating melancholy descends upon Roland Deschamps and his companions. It is an emotional fog that transcends simple physical exhaustion or pre-battle jitters. They have found a concealed cavern, a safe house meticulously stocked by Ted Brautigan and his secret allies, and the atmosphere inside is thick with impossible contradictions. In this dark, ancient cave, surrounded by a world that has completely moved on, the gunslingers unearth pristine, shrink-wrapped artifacts from different realities. It is a collision of ancient myth and mundane American consumerism, weaponized for the end of the world. They find a massive, obsolete Volensack tape recorder alongside crates of military-grade assault rifles. Eddie uncovers an electric tricycle crafted from a bizarre marriage of Honda and North Central Positronics engineering, a vehicle perfectly suited for Susanna's mobility. Most surreal of all, Jake discovers boxes of explosive spheres branded with the face of a smiling boy wizard. Harry Potter model, sneetches, lethal flying grenades wrapped in the innocent packaging of a childhood fairy tale. Stephen King masterfully uses these pop culture relics to ground the cosmic horror in something deeply familiar, making the impending violence feel entirely more grotesque. But amidst this surreal armory, Roland spots a single tarot card propped against the tricycle's dashboard. It depicts the Lady of Shadows, her face obscured by a shawl, smiling craftily while simultaneously sobbing. Roland knows instantly what this omen means. His ancient, slippery nemesis, the man in black, Walter O'Dim, is dead. With this chilling confirmation, the nameless dread lingering in the cold cavern air finally solidifies into something tangible. Roland recognizes the oppressive psychic weight pressing down on his shoulders. It is the agonizing, unmistakable premonition known in the old tongue as kashume. Kashume is perhaps one of the most profound psychological concepts in the entire lore of the Tower. It is the scent of death, the psychic harbinger of the violent fracturing of a quartet. To be quartet is to share a singular soul woven across multiple bodies, to be bound by destiny so tightly that you share thoughts, instincts, and pain. To feel Kashum is to feel that shared soul beginning to tear at the seams. Looking at Eddie, Susanna, Jake, and the faithful bumbler Oi, the gunslinger knows with absolute terrifying certainty that one of them will not survive the coming assault on the prison. The tragic irony of Roland's existence is that he does not fear for his own life. His obsessive gravitational pull toward the Dark Tower has long since eclipsed any instinct for self-preservation. But the prospect of losing the found family that has slowly thawed his frozen heart threatens to shatter his stoic facade. In a moment of heartbreaking vulnerability, as the wind begins to howl outside the cave's mouth, Roland initiates an ancient ritual. He pours water into plastic cups and kneels before each member of his family. He looks into Eddie's eyes, into Susanna's, into Jake's, and asks them to share Kef, the water of life, the essence of their shared bond. One by one, he kisses them. One by one, he openly declares his love. This is no mere military roll call. It is a desperate psychological anchor. Roland is deliberately preparing their spirits for the trauma of irreversible loss. He is ensuring that even as death inevitably shatters their physical presence, their shared memory will remain unbroken. Jake clings to the gunslinger's neck, terrified of the shadow looming over them, while the flickering gaslight throws long, sorrowful silhouettes against the stone walls. They hold hands in a circle, standing at the very edge of the abyss, binding themselves to the brutal wheel of fate. And outside, swallowed entirely by the suffocating starless black of the thunderclap night, a nightmare crouches and listens. Mordred Deshane, the impossible spider child born of two opposing fathers, the heroic line of Eld, and the demonic chaos of the Crimson King, squats over the mutilated corpse of a mutant desert dog. The creature had howled at the dying light before Mordred silenced it forever. Now, as the boy spider hungrily drains the steaming blood from the carcass, his highly attuned mind reaches through the rock. He tastes the sorrow and the love radiating from the cavern. He feels the agonizing pulse of their Kashum. Mordred's psychological profile is utterly terrifying in its cosmic apathy. He possesses the ultimate sociopathic detachment. He knows exactly what Roland is planning. He knows the gunslingers intend to sweep down the mountain and massacre the prison staff. With his supernatural speed, Mordred could easily scuttle through the dark, warn Pimley Prentice, and watch the quartet be slaughtered in their sleep, effectively saving the Crimson King's apocalyptic agenda. But Mordred does not care about the King's grand design. He does not care about the beams, or the breakers, or the fate of the multiverse. He is driven only by pure, nihilistic hunger and the cruel, infantile entertainment of a child holding a magnifying glass over an anthill. He wants to let the game play out. He wants to watch the chaos unfold organically. He wants to smell the burning cordite, hear the screams of the dying, and witness the agonizing moment when his white father's heart is finally broken. Mordred is the physical embodiment of the darkness surrounding the mountain, cold, patient, and infinitely hungry. His red eyes burn like floating coals in the absolute blackness, savoring the knowledge that soon the fragile, flickering light inside the cave will be violently extinguished, and his own feast will truly begin. The sanctuary of sugar and shadows. Within the damp, suffocating confines of a hidden cavern overlooking the compound of Algul Ciento, Roland's quartet sits in profound silence. The only sound is the mechanical whirring of an old tape recorder, its spools turning in the gloom. They are listening to the recorded voice of Ted Brautigan, a man carrying the weight of multiple worlds on his weary shoulders. As the tape plays, Roland feels the icy grip of impending doom, a sensation deeply rooted in the concept of destiny, a dark premonition that their chances of actually stopping the horrific machinery of the prison below are vanishingly small. This psychological weight is the burden of true awareness. To understand the stakes is to realize that failure doesn't just mean death. It means an eternity of absolute nothingness, a cosmic void where the universe itself collapses. Through the crackling audio, Ted explains the bizarre reality of his current recording studio. He is not speaking from a damp cell, but rather from a place he calls the Gingerbread House. It is a literal manifestation of spun sugar, chocolate furniture, and marshmallow cushions. This candy-coated haven is not a physical structure, but an anomaly in the fabric of existence, a psychic safe room created by the combined powers of two extraordinary captives. Shimi, a powerful teleporter with the innocent mind of a child, and Dinky, a hardened psychic assassin. From a psychological standpoint, this gingerbread house is a fascinating defense mechanism. In an environment steeped in apocalyptic dread, where every waking moment is dedicated to tearing down the pillars of reality, the human mind requires an absolute antithesis to survive. Shimi's mind rejects the cold, sterile horror of the prison and constructs a fortress out of childhood innocence. It is a profound commentary on trauma. The Candy House represents the ultimate regression to safety, a place where the monstrous guards cannot tread, because it exists solely in the uncorrupted imagination of a pure soul. Yet, as Ted notes with dry irony, a room of earth tones might be more relaxing than licking lime-flavored wallpaper. The whimsy of the construct only sharpens the terror of what it hides them from. The curse of the open mind. As the tape continues, Ted delves into his tragic origin, peeling back the layers of what it means to be cursed with a gift no one asked for. Born at the twilight of the 19th century, Ted realized early on that he was a telepath. When he attempted to enlist in the military during the First World War, he casually demonstrated his staggering abilities to the recruitment doctors, plucking impossible numbers and deeply buried personal tragedies straight from their minds. Instead of embracing him as an intelligence asset, the doctors reacted with primal, visceral terror. They rejected him entirely. This moment exposes a fundamental flaw in human nature: society's absolute refusal to confront the inexplicable. The military establishment is built on rigid logic and physical dominance. A man who can bypass defenses simply by looking into someone's eyes shatters their worldview. People would rather remain ignorant than admit the universe is vastly stranger than they comprehend. Driven into a life of nomadic isolation by this rejection, Ted drifted through the decades. He learned the agonizing truth that supernatural power without a release valve turns into a poison. This culminated in a terrifying incident in the mid-1930s. After being brutally mugged in a gloomy Ohio alleyway, the sudden spike of adrenaline and sheer rage caused Ted's psychic energy to lash out involuntarily. A simple thought of frustration manifested as a deadly telepathic spear, striking the fleeing thief down dead on the pavement. Ted became an accidental murderer. Here, the narrative highlights the terrible burden of agency. Telepathy in this lore is not a glamorous superpower. It is a hypersensitive nerve ending exposed to the abrasive static of the world. Ted's isolation was a necessary quarantine. He had to separate himself from humanity to protect them from his own mind, inadvertently making himself the perfect lonely prey for the cosmic predators lurking in the shadows. The honeypot and the doorway. In the mid-1950s, the trap was finally sprung. Ted's narrative reveals how the architects of the universe's end operate not through grand magical warfare, but through the insidious exploitation of human desires. He responded to an incredibly lucrative, vaguely worded job advertisement, promising massive wealth for a multi-year contract in South America. The recruiters were human lackeys working alongside the monstrous Cantoi, hiding their true, hideous nature behind mundane business suits and bureaucratic smiles. This segment of Ted's story serves as a chilling commentary on systemic exploitation. The agents of the Crimson King did not need to drag these gifted psychics screaming into the dark. They simply bought them. It underscores how ultimate evil often cloaks itself in the banality of corporate greed. The victims are paralyzed by the promise of financial security, their rational instincts smothered by the sheer scale of the compensation offered. Ted and a handful of other incredibly gifted individuals were taken to an abandoned shipping depot in California. There, the illusion of a South American construction gig dissolved into pure, unadulterated cosmic horror. They were marched through a dimensional doorway, stepping out of the bright reality of America and into the desolate, blood-curdling wasteland of Thunderclap. Waiting for them were the Tahin, nightmarish creatures with the bodies of men and the heads of scavenger birds and beasts. The sheer psychological shock of this transition is staggering. One moment, they were chasing the American dream. The next, they were livestock traded to an apocalyptic meat grinder. The psychological manipulation was absolute. The door was a one-way threshold. and the realization that their old lives were permanently extinguished settled over them like a shroud of suffocating darkness. The ecstasy of the abyss. Once integrated into the prison complex of Algul Ciento, Ted uncovered the true agonizing nature of their employment. They were breakers. Their job was to pool their immense psychic energies and direct them at the beams, the invisible, metaphysical cables holding the Dark Tower, and by extension, all of reality intact. But the most horrifying revelation of Ted's tape is not the physical captivity, it is the psychological subjugation of the inmates. Ted confesses that breaking the beams is an intensely pleasurable, almost narcotic experience. The telepaths actually enjoy the work. When their minds latch onto the immense cosmic frequency of the beams, it feels akin to a divine release, a soothing of an existential itch they never knew they had. This is perhaps the darkest psychological insight of the entire lore. Evil triumphs most completely when it makes its victims complicit. The breakers are not tortured into destroying the universe. They are heavily sedated by comfort, good food, and the sheer euphoric high of using their atrophied talents. They have rationalized their apocalyptic sabotage into a comfortable daily routine, embracing their gilded cage while actively dismantling the sky above it. For Ted, however, the truth became an unbearable nightmare. Through a rare, unguarded telepathic connection with a strangely empathetic guard, Ted learned his true classification. He was not just a breaker, he was a psychic amplifier, a catalyst. His mere presence exponentially magnified the destructive output of every telepath around him. His inherent compassion, the very trait that made him a beloved confidant among the inmates, was the exact frequency the prison needed to accelerate the snapping of the beams. The tragic irony is profound. His empathy was the weapon being used to murder creation. The guilt of this realization pushed him to the absolute brink, forcing him to seek an impossible escape through Shimi's raw, untamed teleportation magic. The metafictional god and the toll of Ka. As the final reel of the tape spins toward its end, Ted recounts the most crucial piece of intelligence he managed to glean from his captors before his brief, failed escape to 1960s Connecticut. He speaks of a specific universe, the Keystone Earth, where time only flows in one direction and where absolute reality is anchored. In this world lives a man, a mortal guardian, whose very existence and creative song somehow shield the fundamental beams of the universe. But this man has stopped singing. He has forgotten his purpose, leaving him fatally vulnerable to the ruthless current of destiny. The forces of the Crimson King are racing against time, desperate to snap the psychic beams before this Keystone Guardian is killed by his own fate, knowing his death will cause a cosmic chain reaction. The tape abruptly runs out, leaving the quartet in stunned, electric silence. As they piece together the scattered clues, the recurring haunting numbers 19 and 99, the specific nature of the Keystone world, a staggering, reality-shattering epiphany takes hold. Susanna recounts a suppressed, prophetic dream she had of the year 1999. In it, she heard news reports of a writer named Stephen King being struck and killed by a minivan on a rural road in Maine. The metafictional dread woven into this moment is incredibly dense. The characters suddenly realize that their entire existence, their struggles, and the very fabric of their universe are intrinsically tied to the biological life of an author in another dimension. The ultimate psychological horror is not facing a monster with sharp teeth, but realizing that your god is frail, mortal, and dangerously depressed. Roland's sudden phantom physical pains, the throbbing in his hip, his ribs, his head, are a terrifying sympathetic mirror of the catastrophic injuries the author is destined to suffer. A suffocating sense of urgency floods the cavern. Destiny is closing its jaws around them. They now face an agonizing strategic paradox. They must travel to the Keystone world, to save the author from his scheduled collision with a van, ensuring the narrative of their universe continues. However, Ted's warning echoes in their minds. The breakers are alarmingly close to snapping the final crucial beam. If they abandon the prison to save the creator, the universe might collapse behind them. Roland, ever the ruthless pragmatist, understands the brutal calculus of their fate. They cannot save the author if the foundation of existence crumbles first. He decrees that they must prioritize the destruction of the prison and the liberation of the psychics, hoping that Shimi will survive the chaos to teleport them across dimensions before the summer of 1999 runs out. It is a terrifying gamble against the unyielding machinery of time, a desperate bid to rewrite destiny before the final page turns black. Tracks on the path. The morning light bleeding into the cave was the color of exhaustion, a thin and listless grey that felt less like the start of a new day and more like the lingering ghost of the night before. For young Jake Chambers, a boy ripped from the predictable rhythms of New York City, this specific shade of dawn carried the heavy, nostalgic weight of a sick day, the kind of morning where you stayed wrapped in blankets, watching daytime television as the hours slipped meaninglessly by. But there was no television here in the shadow of Thunderclap, and certainly no sanctuary. Eddie and Susanna slept huddled tightly together, a desperate clinging in the face of the encroaching dark, while Oi the Bumbler feigned sleep beside Jake, his golden eyes betraying a sliver of watchful intelligence. Roland, however, was already gone from his sleeping bag. Jake found the gunslinger outside, squatting in the chill air and staring down at the sprawling, deceptively peaceful prison compound of Algulciento, also known as the Devatoi. Roland looked ancient, a man hollowed out by centuries of relentless duty, his face a map of pain. The physical torment radiating from him was not entirely his own. This is where the metaphysical horror of their quest truly sets in. The cracked sensation in Roland's skull, the agonizing glass-shredded agony in his hip. These were the literal transferred injuries of his creator, Stephen King, who had been struck by a van in the Keystone world. It is a profound psychological concept, the creation suffering the unedited trauma of the creator. Roland was experiencing the author's near-fatal accident in real time. Yet the gunslinger's reaction was not one of pity for the writer, but of cold, pragmatic calculation. To Roland, pain meant life. If King was suffering, King was not yet dead. When Jake probed the gunslinger's mind, a telepathic intrusion that felt like forcing open a rusted iron door, he discovered a deep, simmering fury. Roland despised the author. In a fascinating deconstruction of the writer's craft, Roland viewed King's reluctance to finish the tale not as artistic block, but as cowardice. He saw storytellers as people fundamentally terrified of life, hiding behind their fictions while forcing men like Roland to bleed in the dirt to clean up their messes. King's fear and laziness had forced the quartet into a horrific two-front war, saved the author in one universe, and stopped the psychic destruction of the universe in another. But there were darker things lurking on the mountain than metaphysical grievances. Roland led Jake to a patch of disturbed scree along the path, pointing out shallow, unnatural scratches in the dirt and stiff, terrifyingly thick black hairs clinging to a boulder. Alongside them lay the flayed, hollowed-out husk of a desert dog. It was Mordred. The monstrous, shape-shifting offspring of Susanna, Roland, and the Crimson King had been stalking them in the night, listening to their every word. The psychological dread here is suffocating. Mordred is the literal embodiment of their past traumas coming back to consume them. He is the shadow self of the quartet, an infant born of violation and dark magic, now growing rapidly and feeding in the dark. Roland meticulously erased the tracks, choosing to bear the psychological burden alone, rather than infect Susanna with the paralyzing terror that her demonic son was watching her from the dark. Their grim morning was abruptly shattered by the arrival of their allies from the prison below. With a shimmer of displaced air, Ted Brautigan, Dinky Earnshaw, and the mentally diminished but fiercely loyal Shimi Ruiz materialized at the cave mouth, dragging along a terrified mutant named Halis. But the cost of this miracle was immediately, viscerally apparent. Shimi collapsed, his eyes rolling back, a frothing seizure overtaking his body as he thrashed violently against the unforgiving stone. As blood poured from the young man's bitten tongue, the sheer horror of their reliance on him became painfully clear. Magic in Midworld is never free. It is a parasitic force that exacts a devastating toll on the human nervous system. The last palaver. The chaos in the cave was absolute. While the mutant Halis threw himself to the ground, worshipping Roland as a literal god in a disturbing display of religious fervor, the rest of the quartet scrambled to keep Shimi from biting his own tongue off. Susanna wedged a splintered piece of wood into the boy's mouth, watching in horror as Shimi bit down hard enough to drive his teeth half an inch into the timber. It took the ancient, soothing cadence of Roland's voice, murmuring phrases from a lifetime ago in Mages, to finally calm the violent electrical storm misfiring inside Shimi's brain. When Eddie and Dinky Earnshaw stepped outside into the foul, chemical-scented wind of Thunderclap, the harsh reality of their situation was laid bare. Eddie, ever the cynical survivor of New York streets, recognized the toxic stench in the air as the smell of corruption, likening it to a New Jersey oil refinery, an echo of a poisoned world bleeding into this one. But the true poison was the moral compromise they were actively making. Dinky revealed the sickening truth about Shimi's powers. Every time the boy teleported them, the sheer psychic strain was triggering micro-hemorrhages on the surface of his brain. Little strokes. They were essentially using Shimi's life force as fuel for their mission. Ted believed the boy might survive 2, perhaps 3 more jumps before a massive, fatal aneurysm wiped him out entirely. It is a brilliant, devastating psychological mirror for Eddie, a former heroin addict. He is watching a young, eager boy destroy his own body for the approval of his din, Roland, and the quartet is allowing it because the fate of the universe demands it. The utilitarian math of their quest is ruthless. To save the tower, they must be willing to let their most innocent ally bleed out from the inside. Back inside the cave, Shimi, recovered but with eyes terrifyingly speckled with burst blood vessels, recounted a dream that chilled the entire group to the bone. He dreamt of a boy in an empty, echoing saloon. A boy whose face was a ruin of blood and trauma, weeping and begging for the torture to stop. The boy spoke of being stripped of his beauty, mutilated by nails and quicksilver, slowly dying as the world laughed at his agony. "Tell them of my love," the dream figure pleaded, "and tell them of my pain." This was no ordinary nightmare. It was a shared telepathic distress signal that had touched them all. The boy was the personification of the beam itself, and perhaps by extension, Stephen King. It was the metaphysical architecture of reality crying out in unbearable agony as the breakers systematically dismantled it. The dream underscored the terrifying ticking clock. If the torture didn't stop within days, the structural integrity of existence would collapse, and love itself would die out of the universe. With the stakes crystallized, Roland laid out his masterstroke. It was a strategy born of desperation and the cold-blooded tactical genius that defined his character. They would launch a full-scale assault on Algul Ciento during the morning shift change, a window of maximum vulnerability. Susanna would be positioned to the north with her motorized tricycle and heavy weaponry acting as the anvil, while Roland, Eddie, and Jake would strike from the south as the hammer. It was 6 fighters against over 60 heavily armed guards, Taheen, and low men. Ted and Dinky would orchestrate a telepathic stampede from the inside, using the terrified breakers as a human smokescreen. When Ted pointed out the sheer volume of blood Roland intended to spill, the gunslinger's response was chillingly resolute. He didn't just want to stop the guards, he wanted to butcher them. The psychological shift in the quartet is profound here. They are no longer just travelers or survivors. They are an execution squad, preparing to deliver the wrath of the White upon a camp of genocidal bureaucrats. The attack on Algulciento. There is a terrifying banality to evil, a concept Stephen King masterfully weaves into the operational hierarchy of the Devartoi. As the clock ticked down to the massacre, Pimley Prentice, the human master of the prison, and Finley Otago, his weasel-headed chief of security, were not brooding over dark tomes or plotting cosmic destruction. They were complaining about their sleep, admiring the scrollwork on a revolver, and laughing hysterically at the mutant Halis, whom they caught carrying a basket of snot-rag tissues. They dismissed the mutant as a pathetic scavenger, completely blind to the fact that hidden beneath the soiled tissues were explosive, high-tech spheres, sneetches, planted on Roland's orders. This is the ultimate hubris of the Crimson King's forces. They have become so comfortable in their absolute power, so insulated by their suburban pastel-colored prison camp, that they cannot fathom the idea of an insurgency. They are managing the apocalypse like middle managers overseeing a corporate merger, completely detached from the visceral reality of the blood they are about to drown in. The tension before the attack was a suffocating physical thing. To the north, Susanna sat astride her motorized trike, her finger resting against the trigger of her Coyote machine pistol, her heart hammering against her ribs. The spirit of Detta Walker, the ruthless predatory survivor deep within her psyche, was rising to the surface, hungry for the slaughter. To the south, Eddie, Jake and Roland crouched behind rusting train cars, the cloying, synthesized sounds of a Dean Martin song drifting over the compound's loudspeakers. The surreal juxtaposition of elevator music and impending mass murder amplifies the horrific absurdity of Algulciento. Then, the trap sprang. Deep within the prison dormitories, the sneetches detonated. Windows blew outward in showers of glass and brilliant orange flame. Smoke detectors began to bray, a chaotic mechanical screaming that shattered the morning routine. Housekeepers and guards scrambled in utter confusion, their petty arguments about pantry stock evaporating in the sudden, blinding heat of real danger. The shift change horn bellowed, catching the entire security force completely out of position. In the heart of the compound, Dinky Earnshaw executed his part of the psychological warfare. Tapping into the immense, volatile psychic network of the breakers, he unleashed a telepathic override, broadcasting a single, overwhelming command into the minds of the panicked psychics. Go south with your hands up. You won't be hurt. It was a brilliant manipulation of herd mentality. The breakers, conditioned for years to be docile and compliant, instantly absorbed the command, amplifying it and echoing it back, until the psychic frequency of the entire camp was a deafening roar of retreat. They poured out of the burning buildings, an obedient flock, moving exactly where the wolves wanted them. From her vantage point, Susanna opened fire. The heavy, rhythmic thud of her weapon was the heartbeat of Discordia. She methodically picked off the guards in the watchtowers, watching with a detached, chilling clarity as skulls vaporized and bodies plummeted over the railings. The panic below became an absolute frenzy. She activated a tripod-mounted laser weapon, sending a blinding purple-red beam of concentrated energy slicing through the upper floors of the dormitory, reducing stone and flesh to ash. Susanna was no longer just a woman. She was the furious vengeance of a dying world, her vision pulsing with the dry, aching hunger of a predator let off its leash. But the true nightmare was unfolding on the manicured lawns of the compound. In a twist of dark, chaotic irony, the automated emergency systems of Algulciento became instruments of slaughter. Massive, robotic fire engines, completely blind to human life, roared out of their subterranean garages. Bellowing automated warnings, these massive steel behemoths plowed directly into the fleeing crowds. The psychological horror of this moment is staggering. The guards and breakers were not just being shot, they were being pulverized under the wheels of their own rescue equipment. Bones snapped, bodies were mashed into the architecture, and screams were drowned out by the mechanical sirens. It is a grotesque metaphor for the entire operation of the Devatoi. A massive, unthinking machine built to maintain order, ultimately crushing everything in its path. In the midst of this mechanical meat grinder, Ted Brautigan committed a sin he had sworn never to repeat. Confronted by a low man named Trampas, who was trying to stop their escape, Ted unleashed a mind spear. The sheer psychic force of the attack ruptured Trampas's brain, dropping him dead instantly. Ted's face was a mask of grief and fury. The pacifist, the gentle academic, had been forced to murder, his soul permanently stained by the escalating brutality of the battle. As the surviving guards desperately tried to funnel the fleeing breakers toward the south end of the compound, attempting to restore a shred of order to the absolute collapse of their world, they ran straight into the gunslinger's trap. Roland, Eddie, and Jake rose from their hiding places along the quaint Disney-esque main street of the prison town. Roland's voice rang out, a booming ancient judgment that cut through the sirens and the screams. "Hail, you gunslingers! Kill them all! Leave not one of them standing! Kill them all!" The execution was swift, brutal, and entirely merciless. Jake threw the razor-sharp ariser plates, decapitating guards before they could even raise their weapons. Roland's revolvers barked with supernatural speed, dropping targets with terrifying mechanical precision. Eddie fired into the chaos, his eyes completely devoid of the wisecracking youth he had once been. They were a unified organism of death, mowing down the Tahine and the low men, turning the impeccably clean gutters of the simulated American town into rivers of dark, rushing blood. When Susanna finally rolled through the smoke on her trike, the machine pistol hot in her hands, the massacre was complete. Dozens of bodies littered the street. The command structure of Algul Ciento had been utterly annihilated. In the immediate ringing silence that follows such profound violence, the quartet came together. Susanna, her adrenaline still spiking, pulled her husband and her surrogate son close. She looked over at Roland, the ancient killer who had orchestrated this slaughter, and saw not a monster, but a man profoundly isolated by his own nature. She called him over, bringing him into the center of the group. They embraced there in the blood-soaked street, surrounded by the dead and the dying, under the harsh light of an atomic sun. It is a moment of breathtaking, tragic beauty. This group hug, this spontaneous expression of absolute love and unity, is the emotional zenith of their long, agonizing journey across the wastelands of Midworld. They are bound by trauma, by duty, and by a fierce, uncompromising loyalty to one another. But in the universe of Stephen King, moments of pure grace are almost always the heralds of absolute devastation. The narrative insists that the reader look closely at them in this embrace, because this is the final moment the quartet will ever be whole. The psychological law of Ka is a wheel that crushes those bound to it. When the bonds of a quartet reach their absolute strongest, they are inevitably violently severed. And so, the bill came due. Pimley Prentice, the human master of the camp, lay bleeding out in the dirt, his throat ruined by one of Roland's bullets. He was a dying man, a bureaucrat who had overseen the slow murder of reality, watching the people who had destroyed his life's work embracing in the street. With the last fading reserves of his strength driven by a final spasm of spite and duty to the Crimson King, Pimley's hand crept toward the holster under his arm. Eddie Dean had just finished executing Finley the Weasel, delivering a cold, hard truth to the dying creature about the cowardice of destroying the universe from behind the safety of psychic children. Eddie stood up victorious, having survived the impossible yet again. He turned toward his wife, toward the future they had fought so desperately to secure. He never even saw the gun rise. Pimley Prentice pulled the trigger of his .40 caliber peacemaker. The heavy weapon roared, spitting fire into the smoke-choked air. The bullet struck Eddie Dean squarely in the brow. The physical reality of the impact was horrifyingly abrupt. A sudden mist of blood, a lock of hair flipping up as the lead exited the back of his skull. There was no slow-motion grace, no grand final monologue. Violence in its truest form is brutally, insultingly sudden. Eddie simply slapped his hand to his forehead, looking confused, like a man who had suddenly remembered an important appointment just a moment too late. Susanna's scream tore through the air, a sound of absolute universe-ending grief. She threw herself toward him, her mind frantically rejecting the visual evidence of the fatal wound, praying to a God she barely believed in that her husband wasn't truly hurt. But Eddie's voice, clear and heartbreakingly disoriented, pierced the ringing air. Susie, where are you? I can't see. He took one staggering step, then a second, a third. The boy from Brooklyn, the heroin addict who had been pulled naked and screaming through a magical door on a beach. The man who had found his soul, his courage, and the love of his life in the dying lands of Midworld, lost his footing. Eddie Dean fell face down into the bloodied street, his journey ending in the dirt of a make-believe town, leaving the quartet shattered beyond repair. The wheel of Carr had turned, and the world had moved on. The shattered fellowship. The aftermath of extreme violence possesses a uniquely chilling silence, a void where the adrenaline of survival suddenly evaporates, leaving only the cold wreckage of reality. For young Jake Chambers, sitting outside the Clover Tavern in the desolate heart of Pleasantville, that reality was fracturing. Robot maintenance crews meticulously carted away the corpses of the compound's guards, their mechanical efficiency standing in grotesque contrast to the deeply human tragedy unfolding nearby. Oi, the remarkably empathetic Billy Bumbler, remained anchored in Jake's lap. The creature instinctively understood the gravity of the moment, offering his warm weight as a tether to a boy who was dangerously close to drifting into psychological dissociation. Jake wept into the animal's fur, mourning the sudden, violent shattering of his newfound family. Trauma often splits the human mind into warring factions, and Jake found his internal monologue bifurcated. One voice, carrying the terrifying certainty of childhood nightmares, ruthlessly stated the truth. Eddie Dean was dying. Inside Corbett Hall, bleeding from a catastrophic head wound, his surrogate brother was slipping away. The opposing voice, a desperate infantile defense mechanism, fiercely denied it. They were K-Tet. They were bound by destiny. Death might await them at the Dark Tower, but it could not claim them here, not in the dirt of Algulciento. Yet, the first voice remained an immovable monolith of truth. A bullet had hollowed out Eddie's skull. The denial grew fainter with every passing second. Even the monumental realization that they had successfully saved the beams of the universe offered no solace. The telepathic savant Shimi sprinted through the compound, broadcasting joyous updates that the cosmic infrastructure was healing. But to Jake, the salvation of all existence felt entirely inadequate when weighed against the price of Eddie's life. The boy bargained with deities he barely understood, and finally, he directed his prayers toward the architect of their misery, the author, Stephen King. Jake promised to save the writer's life in the Keystone world, provided the author rewrote this agonizing chapter and spared Eddie. The initial moments following the gunshot had been a visceral nightmare. Susanna's grief had fractured her psyche, causing her dormant alternate personalities, the vicious debtor walker among them, to violently surface as she fought Roland to reach her bleeding husband. The gunslinger had held her back with desperate strength, shielding her from the gruesome reality of Eddie's twitching, dusty fingers. It was only the arrival of the breakers, Ted Brautigan and Dinky Earnshaw, that had quelled the screaming. Kneeling beside the hysterical woman, the powerful telepaths channeled a wave of deep synthetic tranquility into her mind. a psychic anesthetic that washed over the alleyway in cool, calming shades of grey and blue. Yet, when Ted's impossibly gentle fingers parted Eddie's hair to reveal the dark, gelatinous ruin of his skull, punctuated by the horrific white flecks of shattered bone and brain matter, the telepathic sedatives nearly failed. Susanna erupted again. Roland, ever the pragmatist, even while his own heart was breaking, realized Eddie could only be made comfortable. The gunslinger pivoted to the grim necessity of war, recruiting Jake to eliminate the final remnants of the compound's guard. Even in the face of absolute despair, Roland's relentless forward momentum could not be halted. Susanna, her grief momentarily stolen by the telepaths, made Ted promise to stop numbing her pain. She demanded to drink her sorrow to the absolute dregs. The clearing at the end of the path, following Roland on a sweep to purge the remaining guards, was a masterclass in emotional compartmentalization, a survival trait Jake was learning far too young. Roland was a phantom of vengeance, offering brief parole to those who surrendered, but executing his duty with the terrifying, abstract focus of a man drowning in grief. The Tajín and human guards fled before the gunslinger's wrath, leaving Algul Ciento a ghost town. When they finally returned to Corbett Hall to pay their respects to Eddie, Roland instructed Jake to empty his mind, a demand that proved impossible for the boy. Inside the proctor's suite, the atmosphere was suffocating. The room was heavy with the metallic tang of blood and the definitive, creeping scent of mortality. Eddie Dean, the vibrant, wisecracking heart of their quartet, looked prematurely aged, his face hollowed out and covered in a sickly sheen of sweat. He was trapped in a delirious loop, his mind unspooling as the machinery of his brain powered down. He muttered fragmented memories, speaking to his long-dead brother Henry, shouting warnings about past enemies, and whispering chilling, prophetic nonsense about the dilapidated chambers of the mind, where arachnids weave their webs and the great circuits fall dark. Unable to bear the agonizingly slow dissolution of his friend, Jake retreated to the hallway, where the loss of his childhood innocence manifested in a quiet, bitter act of rebellion. He accepted a cigarette from Dinky Earnshaw, lighting it and inhaling the harsh smoke. He was a boy who had dealt death, who had crossed dimensions, and who now stood vigil over a dying friend. The adult laugh that escaped his lips frightened him. As he looked at the glowing cherry of the cigarette, Jake recognized the cruelty of their cosmic narrative. He had died and returned, but he intrinsically knew Eddie's part in the tale was permanently concluding. The dark machinery of destiny, perhaps manipulated by the infant spider demon Mordred, was actively chewing them up. When Roland finally summoned him back into the room, the end was imminent. Eddie's erratic breathing had slowed to a torturous, rattling struggle. The circle of yellow lamplight framing the bed felt like an ancient mystical arena where life and death waged their final dispute. Against all medical logic, Eddie fought his way to a few moments of absolute heartbreaking lucidity. He reached up, his hand tangling weakly in Susanna's curls, and offered her a final sensuous smile. Refusing to allow her to sugarcoat his passing, he promised to wait for her in the clearing at the end of the path. Susanna's response was a terrifying display of strength. Tears tracked down her face, but she accepted his vow, promising to meet him on her own two legs. Then the dying man turned his fading gaze to Jake. The boy leaned into the proximity of death, his heart threatening to detonate under the pressure of his sorrow. But Eddie wasn't just saying goodbye, he was issuing a vital, dying command. He warned Jake to beware of Mordred and another cryptic threat, Dandolo. Eddie placed the ultimate burden of protection upon the boy, tasking him with guarding their leader. Finally, Eddie looked at Roland, thanking the gunslinger for the second chance at life, calling him his father. With that profound declaration, Eddie's breathing ceased. The quartet was definitively broken. The tick of the Keystone Clock. Grief is a luxury the universe rarely permits those tasked with its salvation. Half an hour later, the surviving members of the Fellowship, accompanied by the repentant breakers, convened on the compound's mall. From the suite, the haunting sound of Susanna singing over her husband's corpse drifted through the air, a beautiful, agonizing soundtrack to the end of their world. Roland, battling immense physical pain in his deteriorating hip, ruthlessly shifted his focus to the final, critical objective: saving the author, Stephen King, in the Keystone world. The breakers, combining their formidable telepathic talents, managed to pry open a psychic window into New York's Times Square. The glowing news ticker delivered the devastating chronological truth. It was June 18th, 1999. Given the erratic time slippage between dimensions, the window for King's survival was closing with terrifying speed. The author could be fine one moment and dead the next, extinguishing the narrative of the Dark Tower forever, leaving the universe to the laughing madness of the Crimson King. The ticking of the cosmic clock grew deafening in Jake's mind. Before departing, Roland faced the remaining breakers. The confrontation was a masterstroke of psychological tension. These individuals coddled in luxury while they actively dismantled the universe's structural supports, demanded to know what Roland would give them in return for destroying their comfortable captivity. Jake's hand twitched toward his weapon, possessed by a blinding, righteous fury at their sheer audacity, but Roland restrained him. The gunslinger offered them a profound, harsh truth. He had intended to slaughter them all, but instead, he offered them the agonizing path of redemption. He directed them toward the distant Callus, urging them to confess their sins to the locals and spend the rest of their lives in hard, sweaty toil rather than comfortable purgatory. It was a stark commentary on the nature of passive evil and the heavy, unglamorous burden of true atonement. With Susanna choosing to remain behind to bury her husband, a chillingly pragmatic farewell completely devoid of sentimental illusions about their broken destiny, the remaining trio prepared for the dimensional jump. Ted and Shimi guided the group to concentrate on a specific memory, forging a doorway. In a moment of unexpected profound tenderness, a young breaker named Danny kissed Jake, leaving a permanent imprint of youthful longing on a boy battered by death. Then, with a violently sudden shift in atmospheric pressure, Roland, Jake, and Oi were torn from the bloody shadows of Midworld and hurled into the blinding daylight of the Keystone Earth, the ghost in the general store. The transition between dimensions is rarely graceful, and Jake's arrival in the parking lot of the East Stoneham General Store was a chaotic tumble. Through an involuntary display of superhuman gunslinger reflexes, the boy managed to snatch the falling Billy Bumbler from the air before the creature could strike the pavement. They had landed in the rural, sun-drenched normalcy of Maine, precisely where Roland and Eddie had waged a bloody gunfight 22 years earlier in the timeline of this world. The date, heralded by community flyers taped to the storefront glass, was unequivocally Saturday, June 19th, 1999. The climax of their entire existence was mere hours, perhaps minutes, away. Stepping into the store was a surreal collision of mythic destiny and mundane reality. The air smelled innocently of peppermint, deli meats, and coffee. Behind the counter stood Wendell Chip McAvoy, the very same shopkeeper who had survived Roland's previous violent visit. Chip was in the middle of a petty, everyday grift, casually overcharging a wealthy, loquacious summer tourist named Irene Tassenbaum while she prattled on about politics and her husband's technological achievements. The moment the bell above the door chimed, the universe folded in on itself. Chip looked up, saw the impossibly haggard face and piercing blue eyes of the man who had brought hell to his store 2 decades prior, and completely lost his mind. The trauma of that day had festered in the shopkeeper's subconscious, a monster waiting in the closet. Chip bolted. Roland, operating on pure, desperate adrenaline, fired a warning shot that shattered the tranquil illusion of the afternoon. The patrons, including Mrs. Tassenbaum, hit the floor in terror. Roland demanded transportation, forcing the trembling shopkeeper to hand over the keys to his International Harvester pickup. However, the mundane mechanics of this world presented an immediate, insurmountable hurdle. The truck featured a manual transmission. Roland, his hip radiating a fiery barbed wire agony known as the dry twist, realized he lacked the physical mobility to operate the clutch and the pedals. Jake, a city boy raised in taxis and limousines, was equally useless behind the wheel. The grand cosmic quest to save the creator of their universe was suddenly entirely dependent on a wealthy socialite from Manhattan. Roland pulled Irene Tassenbaum from the floor, commanding her to drive them to Lovell. The psychological shock to the woman was profound. For nearly 2 decades, she had existed as a mere accessory to her famous husband, entirely detached from anything resembling genuine peril or grand purpose. Now, staring into the hypnotic, otherworldly eyes of a tired gunslinger, Mrs. Tassenbaum felt an inexplicable surge of compliance. Believing these bizarre strangers to be religious walk-ins, she took the keys. The fate of existence now rested in the manicured hands of a woman who had never driven a stick shift in her life. The irresistible force and the immovable object. The drive toward Turtleback Lane was a mechanical disaster and a psychological awakening. Irene Tassenbaum's initial attempts to pilot the rusty pickup resulted in violent whiplash-inducing stalls that nearly got them broadsided by a logging truck. Oy barked an obscenity he had learned from Eddie, further shattering Irene's concept of reality. Yet under Roland's calm, hypnotic instruction to simply breathe and drive, the woman found a strange, euphoric rhythm. She began to hear the ethereal underlying music of the universe, the song of the turtle, resonating in the cab of the truck. She was no longer a background character in her own life. She was a vital gear in the machinery of destiny. Meanwhile, a few miles away, the banality of doom was manifesting in the form of a blue Dodge Caravan. The driver, Brian Smith, was not an agent of the Crimson King. He was not a demonic entity or a calculated assassin. He was simply an oblivious, dangerously negligent man, high on drugs, driving with 2 restless Rottweilers and a cooler of fresh hamburger meat. This juxtaposition forms the ultimate psychological terror of the narrative. The universe is not always unmade by dark magic, but often by everyday stupidity. Smith's van drifted erratically across the highway, a localized hazard utterly detached from the cosmic significance of its trajectory. In the cab of the speeding pickup, Jake Chambers was locked in a psychic battle of his own. Closing his eyes, the boy projected his consciousness outward, desperately trying to touch the mind of the author. Finding King's mind shielded or elusive, Jake pivoted his telepathic assault to the driver of the van. The boy exerted his willpower, implanting a sudden, overwhelming biological urge into Brian Smith's brain. The psychic manipulation worked momentarily. Smith pulled his van over to the shoulder to relieve himself, delaying his lethal progress by a few precious minutes. But the intervention was a flimsy bandage on a gaping arterial wound. The timeline was inflexible. They arrived at the driveway of Cara Laughs, Stephen King's residence, only to find an old caretaker mowing the lawn. The devastating truth was delivered casually. The author was not home. He was out taking his daily walk along Route 7. The panic in the truck reached a boiling point. Jake's psychic connection confirmed the terrifying proximity of the threat. The boy was vibrating with a profound, terrifying secret that Roland, through his own latent touch, suddenly deciphered. The universe demanded a sacrifice to balance the scales. They could save the writer, but the cost would be another life from their fellowship. Jake fully intended to be that sacrifice. Roland, the man who had once let a young Jake fall to his death in the mountains for the sake of the tower, realized how fundamentally he had changed. If Carr demanded blood, it would be the gunslingers, not the boys. Further up the road, the convergence of destinies entered its final, agonizing seconds. Stephen King was marching up a steep, blind hill, his mind actively debating whether to plunge back into the dark waters of his magnum opus. He was listening to the voices in his head, entirely unaware that the physical manifestation of his imagination was racing up behind him in a stolen truck, attempting to alter his reality. In the blue caravan, the mundane catalyst for tragedy finally ignited. The Rottweiler bullet breached the cooler and snatched the raw meat. Brian Smith, abandoning all pretense of operating a multi-ton vehicle on a public road, turned completely around in his seat to fight the dog for his dinner. His foot pressed heavily on the accelerator. The van surged blindly over the crest of the hill, entirely off the road, bearing down on the oblivious author. Irene Tassenbaum, possessed by the frantic energy of the moment, pushed the old truck past its physical limits, cresting the hill just as the terrifying tableau revealed itself. The van was charging, the writer was in its path. With the cold, calculated precision of a man who has lived 1,000 lifetimes of violence, Roland Deschain threw open the passenger door and launched himself from the moving vehicle, diving directly into the irresistible, crushing machinery of fate. Ves Kargan. The cruelty of destiny is that it often turns on the smallest, most mundane failures. It wasn't a monster from the Prim or a dark sorcerer that brought the world to the brink of annihilation. It was a bad hip. As Roland of Gilead moved to intercept the careening blue van, his body simply betrayed him. He collapsed into the dirt, an ancient warrior undone by his own failing joints, crying out in a chaotic mixture of fury and despair. And in that terrifying crystalline moment of clarity, the kind of hyper-awareness that only comes when a tragedy is entirely inevitable, Roland watched the boy he loved as a son leap over him. The vehicle bearing down upon the writer, a hideous hybrid of a car and a truck blaring dissonant heavy metal music, was a blunt instrument of blind chaos. Jake Chambers didn't hesitate. Shielding the bewildered author with his own small frame, Jake took the brunt of the impact. The horror of the scene was absolute. Roland, kneeling in the dust with bleeding hands, heard the scream of the woman from the general store. He bellowed Jake's name, but the boy had already vanished beneath the crushing weight of the machine. The writer, Stephen King, was struck heavily, thrown to the edge of the trees like a discarded ragdoll, his eyes wide, shocked zeros of uncomprehending terror. The van finally ground to a halt, but not before striking the writer once more. The sickening snap of King's bone echoed in the hot summer air, immediately followed by a wail of agony. But Roland felt no pity for the man. In a surge of unthinking, savage grief, the gunslinger looked at King's twisted form and felt only gladness that the man was suffering. Let it be you, Roland thought, his mind twisting in the dark grip of trauma. To hell with the Dark Tower, to hell with the universe, to hell with Gan and his songs. Roland would have traded all of existence for the boy currently lying in the dirt. A double line of tracks dragged through the pine needles, marking where his brave Billy Bumbler, Oi, was frantically trying to pull him from beneath the exhaust pipe. When Roland reached Jake, his heart executed a cruel flutter of hope. The boy's limbs were straight. The dark smears on his face were just oil and rust, but the blood pouring from his ears and the corners of his mouth told a different, darker story. Roland fell to his knees, desperation clawing at his throat, offering hollow comforts about sprung ribs. But Jake, ever the gunslinger, looked at his surrogate father with a calmness that was utterly shattering. His voice wasn't pinched with pain. It was steady, as if they were merely sitting by a campfire in mid-world. "Go and see to the writer," Jake commanded. Roland tried to refuse. He tried to cling to the fragile illusion that this could be fixed. But when Jake attempted to sit up, his shirt pulled taut across his chest, revealing a horrifying, unnatural concavity. The boy's internal architecture was entirely destroyed. Jake coughed up a thick stream of blood, gripping Roland's wrist with shocking strength. He looked at the gunslinger with eyes that had seen too much, eyes that had already crossed the threshold of the clearing at the end of the path once before. "This is dying," Jake said, his words slicing through Roland's denial. "I know because I've done it before." It is a profound psychological horror to realize that a child has become intimately acquainted with his own mortality. Jake had fallen into the abyss once, betrayed by Roland's own hand in the pursuit of the tower. Now, he was falling again. But this time, it was his own choice. He was laying down his life to save the man whose mind held their universe together. He demanded that Roland see to King. The car of 19 had played out to its bitter, bloody conclusion. Filled with a toxic mixture of duty and boundless rage, Roland left the dying boy in the care of Oy and the woman from the store, Irene Tassenbaum. Irene was currently holding the van's driver, Brian Smith, at gunpoint with Roland's own heavy revolver. Smith was a portrait of mundane, baffled ignorance. He didn't even realize he had hit a child. The sheer stupid banality of this man, a careless driver distracted by unruly dogs, was the avatar of destruction that nearly unmade the cosmos. Roland approached Stephen King. The author was a ruined mess of shattered bone and lacerated flesh, blood drowning the right side of his face. Yet, as Roland knelt beside him, he knew the man would survive. King recognized the gunslinger, a ghost from a hypnotic session decades past. Roland was merciless. He informed the agonizing writer that because of his cowardice, because he had abandoned the beam and stopped writing, a boy was dying and a fellowship was broken. Looking up into the hazy green and gold canopy, King confessed he had lost the beam. But Roland forced the man to sit up, ignoring King's cries of agony, and pointed toward the sky. Above them, the clouds, Los Angeles, were racing in a frantic, unnatural line. The path of the beam. It was always there, Roland hissed. But King had turned his coward's eye away. With shaking, bloodied hands, Roland drew a bullet from his belt, letting it perform its hypnotic dancing roll across his knuckles. He had to secure the universe's anchor, and he had to do it before Jake drew his last breath. As King slipped into a deep, entranced sleep, Roland interrogated the architect of his reality. He asked a question that probed the deepest metaphysical law of their existence. "Are you Gan?" King, even in his trance, denied it. He confessed that alcohol and ego had once made him think so, but the truth was far humbler. He was not Gan, no artist is. They are Kaskar Gan, the prophets, the singers, the conduits of the divine creator. King was merely the instrument through which the song of the turtle, Veskar Gan, was meant to be sung. Roland commanded him to listen for that song again, to write despite his paralysis, despite his pain, and to finish the tale. King agreed, murmuring sleepily about the song of the bear, Ursakagan. Roland cemented the compulsion. King must never yield to the temptation of death, even if a beautiful woman calling herself the daughter of sleep came to him. He must refuse her because the song was not yet done. Having bound the creator to his task, Roland turned his cold attention to the instrument of the accident. Brian Smith sat slack-jawed in his vehicle. Roland utilized his hypnotic dominance to rewrite the fool's memory. He planted the narrative that Smith would tell the police. He was alone on the road. King was walking. It was an accident. And King was still alive. Roland erased himself, Jake and Irene from the timeline of the mundane world. It was a cold, necessary manipulation of reality. He commanded Smith to drive away, disgusted by the man's whining self-pity. When Roland finally turned back to the grove, the absolute worst had come to pass. The howling of the Billy Bumbler had ceased. Oy sat silently by Jake's head, the boy who had loved Roland unconditionally, the boy who had crossed worlds and defied monsters, had passed into the clearing. Death in this keystone world was permanent. There would be no coming back. Irene Tassenbaum, tears in her eyes, relayed Jake's final words. He had asked her to come back for Roland, and he had left a final message for the gunslinger. "Tell my father I love him." The word father was a dagger to Roland's soul. He made a choked, miserable sound, remembering how he had held Jake in Fedic, feeling the boy's beating heart. Now that heart was stilled forever. Roland instructed Irene to leave, to drive away and return only when the police were gone. He didn't ask for her oath. He knew that the gravity of this world would either pull her back or it wouldn't. Before she left, he requested one thing from the back of the local merchant's truck she had commandeered: a blue tarpaulin. With a profound, quiet grace, Irene offered her condolences and drove away, leaving Roland utterly alone with his loss. The dam finally broke. Roland of Gilead, the stoic wanderer who feared his humanity had been scorched away by centuries of bloodshed, fell to his knees and wept. He cried with an almost insane intensity, his blue eyes overflowing with the agonizing realization of the price of his quest. Carrying Jake's eerily light body deeper into the ancient green-gold woods, Roland was accompanied only by the silent, weeping Oi. The forest felt like a cathedral, a sanctuary untouched by the frantic machinery of the world. Roland prepared the grave by hand, clearing away the debris of careless hunters. He dressed Jake in his own shirt to cover the horrific bloodstains, gently closing the boy's staring eye, sealing it with a lick of his thumb. As he dug the shallow grave in the rich, dark earth, the authorities arrived on the road nearby. Roland heard the sirens, the paramedics, the police, but he remained unseen, a ghost performing a sacred rite. He stacked heavy stones to protect the grave from scavengers. He wrapped Jake's pale face in the blue tarpaulin, shielding him from the falling dirt. And then he spoke the prayer of the gunslingers, the words of passing he had learned in a world that had long since moved on. He prayed for Gan to surround the boy with light, to give him water and food in the clearing, and to let the pain of his passing become nothing more than a fading dream. "This is Jake," Roland whispered into the indifferent silence of the woods. "Give him peace." And with the cruelest paradox of his existence burning in his chest, knowing that to hold on to the boy would render the sacrifice meaningless, Roland buried his son. Time resumed its relentless march. Irene Tassenbaum returned, driving a sleek, dark red Mercedes-Benz. Roland slipped into the passenger seat, an ancient knight riding in a machine he barely comprehended. Oi curled up by his boots. As they drove away, Irene mentioned that she couldn't mark the grave, but asked if there was something she could plant there later. For the first time since the tragedy, a fragile, ghostly smile touched Roland's lips. "A rose," he said. The journey south was a descent into a shared, silent trauma. Irene, a woman whose life had been defined by the quiet hum of an empty, affluent marriage, found herself inexplicably bound to this scarred, dangerous wanderer. She bought him new clothes, recognizing the profound map of violence etched into his skin, the bullet holes, the knife scars, the missing fingers. She was terrified of him, yet deeply moved by his vulnerability. Jake had left Irene with instructions: take Roland to New York City, to a specific door. But the journey required rest, and they stopped at a cheap motel. Here, the psychological toll of Roland's immortal quest manifested in its rawest form. The gunslinger, a man who had faced demons and cyborgs without flinching, was terrified of sleep. He sat on the curb under the harsh glare of the parking lot lights, confessing to Irene that he feared his dead friends would visit his dreams, and that the sight of them would finally kill him. In an act of profound, startling humanity, Irene offered to lie with him. In that cheap motel room, stripped of pretense, she held the ancient warrior. She felt the lethal, scarred topography of his body, while he felt the surgical scar on her breast, a mark where a deadly flower of cancer had been uprooted before it could bloom. It was an intimate, platonic tethering of two souls against the encroaching dark. Roland found a fleeting peace in her arms, and the next night, closer to the city, they made love. For Irene, it was like embracing a dream, a man whose mind was already half residing in the ghostly plains of his lost companions. She dreamed that night of a dark tower and a field of singing roses, awakening with tears for a sorrow that was not her own, mourning the inevitable departure of the man lying beside her. New York again. By Monday morning, the chaotic machinery of New York City was in full swing, entirely ignorant of the cosmic fulcrum upon which it rested. The sun shone down on a world oblivious to the fact that its existence had been bought with the blood of a child. Irene parked her car, offering Roland the sanctuary of her nearby apartment. She offered to stay with him, to comfort him, but Roland's path was set. He had to return to Susanna, who was riding a dark train through the blighted lands of Thunderclap, carrying the crushing weight of their broken Tet. They walked toward Tu Hammarskjöld Plaza. The skyscraper, thrusting its black glass into the summer sky, was not the Dark Tower, but it was its reflection, its anchor in the Keystone world. The air around it was thick with a psychic resonance. Roland could hear the ethereal chorus of singing voices, a celestial hum that cut through the noise of the traffic. Irene heard it too, drawn to a small pocket park across the street, where a statue of a turtle rested by a fountain. Roland knew the significance of this place. He approached the turtle, tracing its water-slicked shell, and recited the ancient nursery rhyme of his childhood, the song of Maturin, the guardian of the beam. He instructed Irene to wait for him here, in this safe haven, promising he would return to say goodbye. As Roland stepped into the echoing lobby of the Tet Corporation, the grief that had strangled him since Jake's death momentarily receded. The singing was magnificent here. The lobby was a sanctuary of rose marble, but its center held something profoundly humbling, a patch of raw, untamed earth bordered by velvet ropes. In the center of this soil grew the rose. It was the exact spot of the vacant lot from 1977. The 100-story monolith hadn't displaced the flower. It had been constructed as an impenetrable fortress around it. This building was a temple, and the people hurrying past it, imbued with an unconscious health and vitality, were its unwitting monks. Roland was approached by a young woman whose silent footsteps betrayed a familiar grace. Her face sparked a memory in Roland's tired mind. She was Nancy Deepno, the grandniece of Aaron Deepno, one of the original guardians of the lot. She guided Roland to a brass plaque near the rose. As he looked at it, the impenetrable English letters shimmered and morphed into the high speech of Gilead, conforming to his mind's eye. It read, "Given by the Tet Corporation in honor of Edward Cantor Dean and John Jake Chambers, white over red, thus gan wills ever." Riding the elevator to the 99th floor, Roland was introduced to the inner sanctum of the Tet Corporation. The foyer was adorned with a massive curved photograph of the founding fathers, John Cullum, Aaron Deepno, and Moses Carver, sitting on a fence in Taos, New Mexico, laughing in the golden light of 1986. They were three ordinary men who had been touched by the magic of the rose, their lives unnaturally extended by its beneficent radiation. Cullum had fallen to an assassin's bullet, and Deepno to age, but Moses Carver, Odetta Holmes's godfather, was still remarkably, defiantly alive. Carver emerged, a frail but fiercely energetic centenarian, leaning on the arm of his imposing warrior-like daughter Marion. He recognized Roland instantly, greeting him with the formal reverence of mid-world. He was a man who had waited decades for this moment, kept alive by sheer willpower and the grace of the tower. Before they could speak freely, Marion demanded proof of Roland's identity. Roland drew his massive revolver, the ancient weapon forged from the steel of Excalibur. He handed it to the old man. Moses Carver took the heavy, lethal gun in his trembling hands, and in a gesture that sent chills down Roland's spine, kissed the barrel, tasting the centuries of blood and duty etched into its metal. They convened in Marion's glass-walled office, the sprawling metropolis of New York spread out beneath them like a glittering carpet. The George Washington Bridge, the very structure where Jake had been kidnapped by Gasher in the parallel, ruined city of Ludd, loomed in the distance. Over tea and sandwiches, the Guardians of the Rose delivered their intelligence. The Tet Corporation utilized their own network of psychics, a good mind akin to the breakers of Thunderclap, but nurtured rather than tortured. They confirmed that Stephen King would survive and write again. Because of this, they gently suggested that Roland's mission was over, that the beams were safe. But Roland's response was ice cold. He corrected them with a terrifying authority. His quest was never just about saving the universe. If the universe burned, but the Dark Tower stood, Roland would climb it. He had sacrificed his friends, his adopted son, and his own soul to reach the nexus of all reality. He didn't care about their corporate victories, he cared about the tower. Recognizing the dangerous single-minded obsession of the gunslinger, they moved to present him with gifts, tools for his final journey. The first was a book, brought forward with noticeable trepidation by Nancy Deepno. It was a massive novel by Stephen King titled Insomnia. Nancy explained the bizarre, metatextual nature of the book. In it, the Crimson King himself was a named antagonist, manipulating a man named Ed Deepno to assassinate a young artist named Patrick Danville. Patrick, in the story, drew a picture of Roland and the Crimson King locked in a final stalemate at the Dark Tower. The Tet Corporation believed that King's subconscious, his deep, intrinsic connection to the Song of the Turtle, was weaving vital clues into this seemingly unconnected narrative. They urged Roland to find Patrick Danville, suggesting the boy might be the key to the final confrontation. Roland held the heavy book, unable to read the words, imagining Susanna reading it to him by a campfire. The second gift was deeply personal. Moses Carver presented a small wooden box. Inside, resting on dark blue velvet, was a Patek Philippe pocket watch, its gold cover engraved with a key, a rose, and the Dark Tower. They explained that their psychics prophesied that as Roland drew near the absolute center of reality, the watch might stop, or even run backward. It was a flawless mechanism designed to measure the breakdown of time itself. They also offered a chilling warning. Mordred, Roland's monstrous spider-born son, was hungry. The psychic sensed that Mordred had already consumed the dark sorcerer Walter, and was now tracking Roland with a ravenous, literal hunger. But the final gift was the one that brought Roland to tears. Moses Carver unbuttoned his shirt to reveal a delicate gold chain. Hanging from it was Aunt Talitha's silver cross. Roland had given it to John Cullum for safekeeping, and Cullum had passed it to Moses on his deathbed. Moses blew lightly upon the silver, and the ghostly voice of Susanna echoed in the office, followed by the Yankee drawl of John Cullum. The cross had found its way back to him. Car is a wheel, Roland thought, the profound symmetry of the universe tightening around his heart. He placed the cross around his neck, promising once more to lay it at the base of the Dark Tower. With his heart full, Roland embraced the ancient Moses Carver, sealing their bond across time and worlds. He descended back to the lobby, where Irene Tassenbaum was waiting by the turtle statue, bathed in the lingering sweet song of the rose. Before they parted, Roland knelt before Oi. Looking into the intelligent gold-ringed eyes of the brave creature, Roland asked if Jake had left a final message. Oi managed to vocalize a sound resembling dandy-o. Roland's mind flashed back to the scent of hay, and he heard Jake's psychic echo, a warning passed from Eddie Dean in his final moments. Watch for Dandolo. A limousine arranged by the Tet Corporation waited to take Irene back to Maine. They stood before the police-taped entrance of the Dixie Pig, the sinister restaurant that served as the portal between New York and the dark lands of Feedick. Roland handed the book, Insomnia, back to Irene. He trusted his gunslinger's instinct. The book felt thin and tricksy to him. He didn't want its weight in his mind. He told Irene to keep it, to perhaps have King sign it once he recovered. Irene embraced him one last time. A fierce, protective hug from a woman who had brushed against the jagged edges of a myth and survived. She called him a cowboy, promising to remember the rose for Jake's grave. Roland turned and ducked beneath the police tape, entering the Dixie Pig without looking back. Looking back was a luxury he could no longer afford. Inside, the emergency lights cast a flat, sickly glare over a scene of absolute carnage. Overturned tables, dried blood, and the unmistakable stomach-churning scent of roasted human flesh lingered in the air. Roland navigated the kitchen, tracing the exact courageous steps Jake and Père Callahan had taken weeks prior. He could hear the ghostly echoes of the boy demanding directions from the terrified kitchen staff, and the booming, fearless voice of the pair challenging the creatures of the dark. Led by Oy, whose nose tracked the fading, sorrowful scent of his fallen master, Roland descended the hidden stairs into the subterranean depths. They passed the shattered glass of the psychic traps Jake had cleverly evaded. They stepped over the decaying, mold-covered bodies of the Tahin and the low men that Jake had slaughtered in his desperate flight. Finally, they reached the door. It was made of close-grained ghostwood, vibrating with a low, unstable frequency that suggested the passage between worlds was breaking down. Roland placed his hands upon the wood. He was so close to the end. He thought of his mother, Gabrielle, singing him nursery rhymes in his childhood bed, her face painted by the stained glass of Gilead. He had traveled across centuries, across dimensions. He had left a trail of broken bodies and broken hearts in his wake. He was a man hollowed out by grief, sustained only by the absolute necessity of the tower. "Chassit," Roland whispered to the ghostwood. The door swung open, unleashing the shrill, deafening scream of the void between worlds. Oy leaped nimbly through the portal. Gathering the fragments of his fractured soul, Roland of Gilead stepped into the screaming dark, pulling the door firmly shut behind him, leaving the Keystone world behind forever. The ghosts of Feedic. The landscape of Feedic is violently illuminated, devoid of the comforting, murky shadows that once draped this desolate realm. It is a ghost town that hides the sinister atrocities of the ancient experimental stations, a place where the piercing, cloudless blue sky offers absolutely no warmth. The wind here carries a mournful quality, whistling through the empty battlements of a ruined castle, sounding agonizingly like the weeping of forgotten children whose minds were systematically harvested in this very place. Amidst this freezing, haunted quiet, a woman waits. She sits near an atomic locomotive that has made its final, terrifying voyage, but her attention is anchored solely on the distant doors of a decaying building. When the gunslinger finally emerges, the sight of him is a masterclass in psychological devastation. He walks with a renewed grace, his debilitating limp magically erased, cradling a remarkably intelligent, golden-eyed creature in his arms. But the space beside him, the space where a young, deeply loved boy was supposed to be walking, is utterly, terrifyingly empty. The woman watches the creature leap from the gunslinger's arms, racing to her with a desperate, frantic energy, showering her face with affection, before tilting its snout to the unfeeling sky to release a long, shattered howl. That singular sound communicates everything. The boy is gone. The cosmic wheel of destiny, the relentless force they call K, has claimed another soul. A profound internal war ravages the woman's mind. A part of her violently resents the ancient warrior standing before her. He is a grim harbinger of profound loss, a dusty knight who dragged her from a life of relative comfort, only to systematically introduce her to unparalleled heartbreak, stripping away her lover, her friends, and her peace. To turn her back on him would be a justifiable punishment for his unyielding obsession. Yet the gravitational pull of their shared damnation is too potent. Destiny demands participation. She reaches out, grasping his hands, a gesture that transcends mere forgiveness. It is a grim acceptance that she is chained to this harrowing crusade until the bitter, inevitable end. As they huddle for warmth in the skeletal remains of a hotel, the gunslinger recounts the tragedies. The boy threw himself into the path of death without a second thought, sacrificing his young life to save the very architect of their universe. Meanwhile, another gentle friend succumbed, not to a grand battle, but to a mundane, festering infection from a shard of glass, a bleak reminder of the fragility of flesh in a decaying world. In return, she shares the horrors of her recent escape aboard a runaway train, alongside a group of liberated psychics, narrowly surviving a plummet into an abyssal chasm swarming with subterranean abominations. Before parting ways, those psychics left her with a single cryptic warning passed down through the ethereal currents of the universe. It was a name, whispered through the dying breaths of her lost lover. Dandello. The writer's burden. Far beyond the borders of this dying universe, in the tangible reality of a Maine summer, the creator of this sprawling epic awakens from a heavy fugue state. His fingers hover over a keyboard, translating the nightmares of Fedic into existence. The psychological horror of his position is uniquely agonizing. He is often perceived by his audience as an omnipotent god, entirely capable of sparing the characters they have cherished for decades, yet he feels entirely subservient to the ethereal, commanding rhythm of the cosmos, a creative imperative known as the Song of the Turtle. If he ignores this ancient melody, he risks losing the narrative thread completely, leaving his magnum opus forever unfinished. The physical toll of his creation manifests in his own body. A horrific vehicular accident nearly claimed his life years prior, leaving him with a shattered leg and chronic, searing agony that burns like a red-hot rope. There is a deeply unsettling cosmic irony at play here. In the fictional realm, the gunslinger's crippling hip pain has miraculously vanished, while in the real world, the author absorbs that suffering. As he watches his aging, one-eyed dog wander through his empty house, the lines between reality and fiction begin to violently hemorrhage. He is haunted by fragmented memories of his near-fatal accident, plagued by the terrifying, irrational thought that the young boy from his story actually crossed dimensions to push him to safety, dying in his stead. The guilt is a suffocating blanket. He knows his readers will view him as a cruel dictator for penning such a tragedy, but the narrative is no longer under his conscious control. It is a living, breathing entity that merely uses him as a conduit. Glancing at a thick volume of Robert Browning's poetry resting on his table, the very poem that sparked his obsession with a dark, towering spire, he realizes the gravity of the climax rapidly approaching. The ending is etched in stone. He just has to survive long enough to transcribe it. Visions of the end. Back in the decaying, frozen husk of Fedic, the survivors scrounge for the basic necessities of life, their search leading them into the abandoned office of a high-ranking corporate operative who served the ultimate evil. Here, the horror shifts from physical decay to existential dread. Hanging on the walls are two pristine oil paintings, rendered with impossible, agonizing detail by a captive artist. The first canvas depicts a terrifying, triumphant vision of a dark progeny, a ravenous entity born of dual lineages, standing victorious over the legendary slain steed of ancient kings. It is a visual manifestation of their enemy's ultimate victory. But the second painting steals the breath from their lungs. It is a hyper-realistic depiction of their final destination, a colossal, soot-black cylinder tapering into a chaotic sky, surrounded by a seemingly endless ocean of crimson roses. Trapped on one of its high balconies is a tiny, maddened figure, locked out of the very nexus of existence he seeks to rule. For the ancient warrior, This image is a religious revelation. The tower is no longer an abstract dream or a fading myth. It is a tangible, textured reality waiting for them at the end of the path. He makes a solemn vow to his companion that they will ascend those steps together, a promise that feels dangerously like a comforting lie in a universe ruled by sacrifice. Seeking refuge in a decrepit hotel room, the woman slips into a torturous, heartbreakingly vivid dream. She is transported to the snowy tranquility of Central Park. Standing beside her are the two people she loved most, beaming radiantly, wearing festive winter hats, and offering her a steaming cup of rich hot chocolate. For a fleeting moment, the nightmare of alternate dimensions and relentless survival fades into the comforting embrace of normalcy. But the universe is incredibly cruel. The comforting aroma of the dream is aggressively overpowered by the scent of ancient rotting plaster. The visages of her lost family become transparent, and an omnipresent voice shatters the illusion, reminding her of the cold, numerical reality of her existence. The dream dissolves violently, leaving only a ghostly synchronized whisper from the lips of her dead loved ones, repeating the chilling warning, "Watch out for Dandolo." She jolts awake in the freezing, dust-choked room, the profound isolation crushing her spirit. Descent into the dark. The crushing emotional weight must be compartmentalized. Physical survival demands absolute focus. To continue their journey, they must navigate a subterranean labyrinth beneath the cursed castle, a passage utilized by the psychics who recently fled. This requires a deeply symbolic sacrifice. The woman must abandon her scavenged wheelchair, kicking it down a dark flight of concrete stairs. The crashing, echoing metallic sounds represent the severing of her last mechanical crutch. She's now entirely dependent on the physical endurance of the gunslinger, forced to ride in a crude, uncomfortable harness strapped to his back. It is a profound vulnerability that tests her sanity. The underworld is a suffocating, hostile maze of obsolete technology and psychic residue. The oppressive heat, the pooling fluorescent fluids, and the labyrinthine corridors create an atmosphere of escalating claustrophobia. They discover desperate, fading chalk messages left by their fleeing allies, a fragile beacon of human solidarity in an alien hellscape. But as they venture deeper, the environment becomes actively aggressive. They pass ancient, rusted doors holding back unimaginable cosmic anomalies from the void between worlds. The discordant, atonal chiming leaking from these portals threatens to unravel their minds, promising a fate far worse than mere death. They eventually step onto a wider thoroughfare, guided by overhead globes of gas that pulse with a sickening rhythmic beat, responding to their biological presence. However, the true terror of this subterranean realm is subtle at first. The woman, looking over her shoulder, realizes the lights are not just activating as they approach. They are permanently dying out in the corridor behind them. The darkness is literally swallowing their path, and from that encroaching blackness comes a sound that freezes the blood in their veins. It is a wet, heavy, liquid thudding. Something massive, ancient, and infinitely hungry has caught their scent, and it is tracking them through the abyss. The terror in the tunnels. The final stretch of their underground journey morphs into a masterclass in sensory horror. The gunslinger is forced into a blind, desperate sprint through the pitch-black tunnels, the weight of the woman straining his muscles to the point of catastrophic failure. He abandons his sight, relying entirely on the sharp staccato barks of their small animal companion to navigate perilous unseen staircases. The absolute absence of light amplifies every terrifying sound. The monstrous pursuer is gaining ground. The woman can hear the agonizing scrape of a gargantuan segmented exoskeleton tearing ceramic tiles from the walls, accompanied by the nauseating, heavy sloshing of a massive, fluid-filled tail thrashing in the dark. The stench of rotting aquatic death heavily saturates the frozen air. In a moment of pure, adrenaline-fueled ingenuity, the woman taps into the ruthless, survivalist aspect of her fractured psyche. Plunging her hands into a scavenged leather bag, she retrieves a tin of highly flammable cooking jelly. The corridor is lined with the grotesque remnants of ancient battles, piles of desiccated human skeletons. Reaching into the macabre debris, she slathers the jelly onto an ancient human thigh bone. With trembling fingers, she strikes a single match. The sudden, violent flare of light reveals a nightmare beyond comprehension. Lunging toward them is a colossal, multi-eyed centipede abomination, its massive jaws a squirming mass of tentacles and jutting fangs. She violently thrusts the improvised blazing bone torch into the creature's face. The beast, a denizen of absolute undisturbed darkness, recoils with an ear-shattering, agonizing screech, repelled by the searing heat and blinding illumination. What follows is a grueling, agonizing retreat. The gunslinger pushes his cardiovascular system to the absolute brink, his breathing reducing to a ragged, desperate roar as he marches blindly forward. The woman furiously slathers jelly onto bone after bone, creating a continuous chain of fire to keep the encroaching leviathan at bay. The beast stalks them just beyond the edge of the firelight, waiting for the inevitable moment their fuel runs dry. Just as her fingers scrape the empty bottom of the final tin, threatening to plunge them into the beast's waiting maw, a faint, natural luminescence pierces the gloom. They burst from the subterranean hellscape into the open air, the furious, screeching monstrosity trapped forever behind them in the suffocating dark. The cold road to the Crimson Castle. Emerging from the suffocating subterranean gloom of Castle Discordia, the gunslinger and his companions are greeted by a jagged, ruined landscape beneath a painfully sharp azure sky. A rusted, semi-cylindrical metal structure, reminiscent of an old military Quonset hut, sits amidst a graveyard of splintered boulders and scattered, unidentifiable bones. The very earth here feels traumatized, blackened by some ancient catastrophic conflict that shattered stones the size of mansions, leaving their mineral guts sparkling in the pale light. Beside the open door of the hut, a toppled sign delivers a grim final message. The checkpoint is sealed forever, stamped with the glaring, malicious scarlet eye of the Crimson King. Inside the decaying structure, amid skeletal remains and obliterated machinery, Susanna uncovers a treasure trove of survival, endless rows of canned sustenance, portable cooking heat, and most surprisingly, a remarkably preserved rickshaw featuring synthetic-coated metal wheels. As she envisions Roland pulling her in this bizarre chariot, the dark, cynical voice of Detta Walker echoes in her mind, a dark, humoured coping mechanism bubbling up in the face of profound desolation. This rickshaw, which Susanna sardonically dubs Hofat's luxury taxi, is more than a vehicle. It is a psychological lifeline. In a world that constantly strips away their dignity and autonomy, finding a way to ease the physical burden of travel is a monumental victory. However, escaping the dark of the tunnels only trades one nightmare for another. The true enemy of the Badlands is not a monstrous creature of flesh and blood, but a relentless, soul-leeching cold. King masterfully shifts the narrative tension from immediate, violent threat to a slow, environmental degradation. The temperature hovers just above freezing, accompanied by a howling wind that slices across the desolate mazes. This isn't just weather. It is an atmospheric manifestation of the Crimson King's lingering malice. The land itself has been murdered, rendered completely sterile by the King's petulant wrath. As the days bleed into weeks, the psychological toll of this unyielding chill begins to fracture Susanna's mind. The cold acts as a wedge, driving itself into the cracks of her humanity. She finds herself fixating obsessively on the most mundane comforts: a simple cardigan, a pair of earmuffs. The desperation reaches a horrifying crescendo when she begins to eye Oi, their fiercely loyal Billy Bumbler, not as a friend, but as a potential source of fur. She imagines turning his luxuriant pelt into mittens. This is a profound exploration of human survival psychology. Extreme, sustained physical discomfort strips away the veneer of civilized morality, reducing the mind to its most base, calculating, and predatory instincts. Susanna is horrified by her own intrusive thoughts, recognizing the voice of Detta Walker feeding her these macabre survival tactics. It highlights the terrifying reality that the darkest monsters often reside within our own compromised minds. Yet, amidst this physical and mental erosion, Roland stands as an unwavering pillar of discipline. In a campfireless camp, he demonstrates a feat of staggering psychological fortitude. Without glancing at the exquisite Tet Corporation watch he carries, Roland perfectly measures the passage of exactly 1 minute, his eyes closed, his breath pluming in the freezing air. This is a testament to the brutal, relentless training of his childhood instructor, Court. In Midworld, where the very fabric of reality is fraying, where compass directions have lost their meaning and time itself stretches and folds, Roland's mind remains a steadfast, unbreakable chronometer. His internal clock is a metaphor for his entire existence. No matter how chaotic, broken, or disorienting the universe becomes, the gunslinger's fundamental core remains impeccably calibrated and rigidly focused on the tower. As they press onward, the sterile rock formations gradually give way to the eerie remnants of civilization. A paved road emerges, weaving through a bizarre, Lovecraftian suburb of warped, steep-roofed houses with unsettlingly narrow doors. It is an architecture born of nightmares, buildings that lean and leer like rotting teeth, seemingly tracking the travelers with dead, invisible eyes. And high above, the scavengers of the Red King, massive, crow-like birds Roland calls castle rooks, watch their every move. The appearance of these birds, occasionally carrying scraps of devilgrass, signals a geographic transition, but the true horror is yet to come as the dark silhouette of a monolithic, blood-red fortress looms on the horizon. The glamour of the Red King. The approach to Le Casseroy-Russe is steeped in anachronistic psychological warfare. The twisted, secretive village at the castle's base is draped in faded, mockery-laden bunting from Susanna's own universe. Political posters featuring Richard Nixon, John F. Kennedy, and Lyndon B. Johnson cling to the decaying facades, promising a new frontier. This is a calculated, surreal manipulation by the Crimson King. By weaponizing fragments of Susanna's reality, the king attempts to induce cognitive dissonance, blurring the lines between her past and the nightmarish present. It is an uncanny valley of the mind, designed to disorient and unnerve. The fortress itself is a grotesque marvel of dark crimson stone, featuring bulbous turrets that seem to defy gravity, and a caged, roaring river of toxic yellow foam acting as a moat. At the precipice of the main bridge, the travelers are confronted by an impossible sight. 3 men emerge from the courtyard, holding woven baskets. They are identical triplets, and to Susanna's profound shock, they wear the exact face of their creator, Stephen King. This encounter is one of the most conceptually audacious moments in the lore. The entities introduce themselves through a fractured Freudian lens, Femalo as the ego, Fumalo as the cynical id, and Fimalo as the moderate superego. The Crimson King has not merely sent guards, he has deployed a psychological weapon, wearing the stolen visage of the multiverse's author to break the fourth wall of their sanity. The entities, claiming to be shape-shifting Uffies, offer a devastatingly tempting proposition. They set down baskets overflowing with steaming, perfectly roasted meats and thick, cable-knit winter sweaters. Then, they spring their philosophical trap. Fimalo argues that the beams have been saved, meaning existence itself is no longer in jeopardy. He insists that Roland's quest is now nothing more than a selfish, addictive obsession. If Roland continues to the Dark Tower, he risks the mad, undead Crimson King seizing his ancestral revolvers, the very keys needed to infiltrate the tower and destroy all of creation. It is the classic hero's dilemma weaponized. Turn back, enjoy the warmth and food, and save the universe by doing nothing, or push forward out of sheer stubbornness and risk absolute annihilation. For Susanna, the temptation is agonizing. The sight of the bulky sweaters after weeks of bone-deep, soul-crushing cold is an overwhelming psychological assault. It perfectly parallels the temptation of Christ in the desert, the devil offering worldly relief in exchange for abandoning the divine path. But Susanna's willpower, forged in the fires of trauma and survival, holds true. She recognizes the inherent falsehood of the offering. True evil rarely presents itself as a monster with fangs. It presents itself as profound, desperately needed comfort. Susanna and Roland draw their weapons and fire in perfect, lethal synchronization. As the bullets strike, the illusion shatters violently. The handsome faces of the author melt away, revealing 3 decaying, sore-covered old men. The psychological horror reaches its zenith as the true nature of the gifts is unveiled. The basket of succulent roasted meats is actually a heap of maggot-infested, putrefying human limbs. The pile of warm woolen sweaters is a writhing knot of sluggish, dying snakes. The Crimson King's realm is entirely incapable of creating true comfort. It can only mask its inherent, putrid decay with fragile glamour. The lone survivor, Firmalo, drops his illusion to reveal his true identity. Rando Thoughtful, the king's former minister of state, an old ad-man pulled from another universe to serve a madman. Defeated and rotting, Thoughtful delivers a monumental exposition regarding the Crimson King's fate. Driven completely insane by the failure of his breakers, the king slaughtered his entire loyal staff, forcing them to swallow rat poison while he watched them writhe in agony. But his own fate is far more macabre. Recognizing he could not defeat Roland in the mortal realm, the king committed suicide by swallowing a violently sharpened spoon. He choked and shredded his own insides, transforming himself into an undead entity. He now resides on a balcony of the Dark Tower, locked out, immune to conventional death, but requiring Roland's guns to breach the final doors. This law is a testament to the terrifying lengths of the king's madness, mutilating his own divine form just to rewrite the rules of his inevitable confrontation with the gunslinger. As Roland and Susanna leave the wretched old man on the bridge and bypass the castle, a new, far more visceral horror stalks out of the shadows. Mordred Deshane, the hybrid son of Roland and the Crimson King, emerges. He is a walking tragedy, wrapped in an eldritch abomination. Appearing as a starving, emaciated 9-year-old boy in a rotting jacket, Mordred is entirely driven by primal hunger. His journey through the poisoned lands has been one of agonizing starvation, surviving by eating irradiated insects and the very rooks that circle the dark skies. Mordred's psychology is a terrifying dichotomy. He possesses godlike telepathic power and ancient malice, yet emotionally he is an abandoned, unloved toddler desperate for a father's validation, even if that validation comes through murder. He confronts the terrified Rando Thoughtful on the bridge. When the old man relays Roland's dismissive, threatening message, Mordred does not instantly kill him. Instead, displaying a cruel, infantile sadism, the boy commands the swarming black rooks to descend upon the former minister. The birds envelop the old man in a shrieking cloud, tearing his eyes out of his living skull. As Thoughtful screams blindly, Mordred gives in to his monstrous nature. He transforms. The boy dissolves into a massive, hairy spider featuring a bloated red mark on its underbelly. Rearing up on its hind legs, the creature snatches the screaming, eyeless man from the air, guiding a flailing arm into its bristling, venomous maw, and bites it clean off with a sickening crunch. Mordred's feast is a grotesque display of the cycle of abuse, the unloved, starving heir of the apocalypse finally finding nourishment in the discarded, rotting servants of his father. Miles away, oblivious to the horrific fate of the king's minister, Roland and Susanna finally managed to spark a roaring bonfire from the ancient cursed wood of the abandoned village. The heat is a religious experience, a temporary banishment of the environmental torture they've endured. Yet the shadows of the Badlands linger. Susanna touches a sore near her mouth, a persistent bleeding blemish she identifies not as a mere pimple, but as an angioma, a blood tumor. This physical affliction is a potent metaphor. It is the physical manifestation of the corrupted lands they have traversed, an evil that sinks its roots deep into the flesh, quietly attempting to rot them from the inside out before they can reach their destination. As Susanna falls into an exhausted sleep, the gunslinger remains awake, his disassembled revolvers resting in his lap. He sits as a silent sentinel before the dancing red coals. He can feel the distant pulsing hum of the dark tower awakening in his mind, drawing him inexorably closer. But he can also feel the cold, starving gaze of his monstrous son staring at their fire from the high windows of the decaying town. The night is quiet, save for the sweet smell of impending snow on the wind. But the psychological tension is absolute. Roland is no longer just a killer walking the wasteland. He is a hyper-vigilant father, acutely aware of the generational trauma and physical abominations waiting to claim them in the dark. The anatomy of the cold. Surviving the wilderness is rarely a matter of grand heroics. More often it is a brutal, degrading reduction of the human spirit to its most basic biological imperatives. For Susanna Dean and Roland Deschamps, traversing the snow-strangled valleys without the mercy of a fire for 3 agonizing nights brings a profound, almost humiliating psychological revelation. Susanna discovers a terrifying truth about human nature. Physical suffering has the power to completely overwrite the deepest emotional traumas. Lying in the pitch-black, freezing void, she realizes that the relentless, creeping numbness in her extremities is infinitely worse than the night she lost Eddie. It is a bleak testament to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Grief and loss are luxuries of the warm. When the absolute zero of the environment begins crawling up your limbs, seeking your heart and brain, mourning is violently evicted from the mind. You cannot weep for the dead when your own body is desperately screaming for life. There is an incredible cruelty in their surroundings. The region, ironically dubbed the Undersnow, is dotted with frozen brooks and dormant trees, all the raw materials for a life-saving bonfire, rendered utterly useless by the circumstances. The psychological torture of knowing salvation is geographically present, but situationally out of reach, pushes Susanna to the brink of despair. Yet, in this crucible of ice, she is not the only one suffering. Tracking them through the frozen dark is Mordred, the twisted spider-child abomination. Here, the narrative strips away the mythic terror of the creature and exposes a pitiful, shivering orphan. Stripped of his railway jacket, wearing boots held together by braided grass, Mordred is entirely consumed by the elements. He refuses to shift into his arachnid form, paralyzed by a deeply ingrained psychological terror of starvation. He knows the spider's metabolism would rapidly burn through his meager, gruesome rations of severed human limbs. This forces him to endure the freezing temperatures in his fragile human skin. His motivation to continue isn't some grand villainous scheme, but the raw, petulant hatred of a neglected child. He despises Roland and Susanna simply because they have each other, while he is entirely alone. In a moment of grotesque tragedy, Mordred bites into his own wrist just to taste the fleeting warmth of his own blood, weeping in the blackness. He is a monster, yes, but he is also a freezing, starving infant of the apocalypse, driven by an agonizing cocktail of abandonment and instinct. The heart's arsenal. When dawn finally breaks beneath a bruised, sleet-heavy sky, the agonizing passivity of the night shatters into violent action. The gunslinger orchestrates a deer hunt, driving a sizable herd towards Susanna's hidden vantage point. It is here that we witness a fascinating psychological integration within Susanna. To steady her violently shivering hands, she willingly calls upon Detta Walker. For so long, Detta was a parasitic, dangerous alternate personality, a chaotic force of rage. But out here, in the unforgiving wild, Detta's cold, sociopathic focus becomes an evolutionary advantage. Susanna weaponizes her own psychological trauma to survive. As the deer burst into her line of sight, the world narrows. The visceral thrill of the hunt completely eclipses her lingering grief. This is the primal high of the apex predator, a state of hyper-awareness where the geometry of life and death is absolute. Mumbling the sacred mantra of the gunslingers, reminding herself that she kills not with her gun, but with her heart, Susanna unleashes a flawless barrage. She drops deer after deer with mechanical precision. When the last yearling buck attempts to flee, she hurls a sharpened razor plate, cleanly decapitating the creature mid-stride. The psychological shift in this moment is monumental. The bitter cold is forgotten. The crushing despair of widowhood evaporates. Standing victorious in the blood-stained grass, holding Roland's gun against the sky, Susanna unleashes a wordless, guttural scream of absolute triumph. It is the sound of a woman who has been systematically stripped of her loved ones, her comfort and her safety, violently seizing control of her own continued existence. Primitive alchemy. What follows is an intense, methodical immersion into prehistoric survival mechanics. The modern world is completely stripped away as Roland and Susanna process their kills. Roland's approach to the slaughter is layered with the religious solemnity of his lost world. He insists on praying over the dead animals, treating the act of taking life to sustain their own with profound reverence. This ritualistic grounding keeps them tethered to their humanity, preventing them from devolving into mere butchers. The process of preparing the hides is a grueling descent into primitive alchemy. Roland demonstrates how to shatter chert to fashion crude, razor-sharp scrapers. They deliberately extract the brains of the deer, utilizing the organ's natural enzymes to create a tanning slurry for the skins. The psychological weight of this labor is immense. Time and repetition erode Susanna's civilized squeamishness. Cracking open a skull to scoop out a grey mass of brain tissue becomes just another chore, completely divorced from its horrific visual reality. Despite suffering from a severe cough, which he manages with a mixture of raw deer kidneys and hoarded aspirin, Roland works tirelessly alongside her. Susanna's admiration for the gunslinger deepens. She realizes that no matter how much she has seen him endure, there is seemingly no bottom to his endurance or his pragmatic wisdom. Over 3 grueling days, they transform the valley into a primitive factory. Susanna's own heritage of needlework, passed down through generations of women, allows her to fashion superior winter gear, meticulously oversewing Roland's crude stitches to create warm coats, leggings, and mittens. Yet amid this triumph of survival, an ominous biological timer is ticking. The strange, blackish sore on Susanna's face remains. Roland pragmatically advises against cutting it open, citing the dangers of infection in the wild. This physical blemish acts as a psychological anchor to the unnatural horrors of the Badlands, a constant nagging reminder that while they may have conquered the cold, they are still traversing a fundamentally poisoned world. When they finally pack their gear onto a makeshift sled and prepare to leave their temporary sanctuary, Susanna realizes a profound truth. The hard physical labor has actually healed her mind. Doing for themselves has restored her agency, proving that action is the ultimate antidote to despair. The prophet's dream. The supernatural machinery of the Dark Tower universe rarely allows its pawns to sleep in peace. During their final night at the camp, Susanna's subconscious is hijacked by a vividly prophetic dream. She finds herself standing in a snowy Central Park, fully clad in her newly crafted deerskin garments, but inexplicably wearing a red and green Christmas stocking cap. Suddenly, Eddie and Jake are there, whole and smiling, drinking hot chocolate and wearing modern sweatshirts. This isn't just a comforting vision of the deceased. It is a desperate, cross-dimensional transmission. In the world of the tower, dreams are often the universe's way of leaking vital data across the barriers of reality. The boys deliver crucial, cryptic warnings. Eddie tells her she must let Roland go his course alone, while Jake explicitly warns her to beware of Dandelo. When Susanna questions the single hat she holds, Jake's response is chillingly direct. There are no more twins. There is only one hat. The concept of duality, which has defined so much of their journey, is breaking down. As the dream violently unravels, replaced by the mechanical chanting of the number 19 and the smell of ash, Eddie attempts to pass on one final name: Patrick Danville. When Roland wakes her, Susanna is left disoriented, grasping at the fading fragments of the warning. This psychological intrusion sets a tone of creeping paranoia for the next phase of their journey. They are no longer just fighting the environment. They are walking into a predetermined narrative trap, guided by the ghosts of their fallen family. Over the next 3 weeks, as they trek through the deepening snows of the high ridges using snowshoes Susanna conceptualized from an old television show, the presence of the tower becomes an undeniable psychic weight in their minds. Roland, through his mysterious paternal bond, confirms that Mordred is still trailing them, but falling further and further behind, barely clinging to life. Yet Susanna can no longer afford to feel pity. The magnetic pull of the tower has fundamentally rewired her priorities. She simply wants to reach the end of the path, regardless of what horrors wait at its base. The jolly anchorite of the snow. The landscape undergoes a surreal transformation as they descend into what seems like an endless white expanse. The relentless, blinding snow presents a profound psychological isolation, making the sudden appearance of civilization deeply jarring. Nestled in a valley, they discover a perfectly ploughed T-intersection marked by 2 street signs, Tower Road and Odds Lane. The presence of heavy machinery tracks and a quaint, smoke-plumed cottage at the end of the lane introduces a severe cognitive dissonance. This is the wasteland of Midworld, a place of radioactive mutants and crumbling ancient tech. Yet here is a scene plucked directly from a New England winter postcard. The inhabitant of the cottage is Joe Collins, a rosy-cheeked, white-haired old man who relies on a walking stick and speaks with a disarming, jovial cadence. He is accompanied by an utterly terrifying horse named Lippy, a blind, skeletal, pus-eyed creature that triggers an immediate visceral revulsion in Susanna. Lippy is a walking corpse, a grim memento mori that sharply contrasts with Joe's hyper-cheerful demeanor. Joe enthusiastically invites them into his home, boasting modern comforts powered by a silent generator maintained by a robot named Stuttering Bill. The interior of the cabin is aggressively normal, smelling of baked goods and radiating warmth. But the true shock lies in the living room. Tacked casually to the wall is a Polaroid photograph of the Dark Tower itself, bathed in the orange glow of a sunset. For Roland, seeing this image is like taking a physical blow. It is the culmination of hundreds of years of bloody, grueling sacrifice, suddenly reduced to a cheap souvenir pinned to artificial wood paneling. Joe claims to have taken the picture himself, providing detailed travel estimates that place their final destination less than a month away. Yet beneath the surface of this miraculous hospitality, Susanna's intuition screams that something is fundamentally wrong. When she asks if the surrounding region is called Empathica, Joe plays dumb, insisting it is merely the Whitelands. Susanna recognizes the lie instantly. Empathica implies a land that feeds on or manipulates emotion, and Joe's denial is the first crack in his jolly facade. Why would a harmless old hermit need to lie about the geography? Susanna holds her tongue at Roland's subtle request, but the psychological tension in the warm, brightly lit room becomes almost suffocating. The environment feels too perfect, too accommodating, like a precisely engineered terrarium designed to sedate its inhabitants. The weaponized punchline. Dinner is an absolute feast, a sensory overload of roasted chicken, gravy, and sweet desserts that further lulls the travelers into a state of physical complacency. With full bellies, they retire to the living room, where Joe shares his supposed backstory. He claims to have been a stand-up comedian from 1970s America, magically transported to Midworld after being knocked unconscious during a nightclub gig in Cleveland. The story is just plausible enough, echoing Jake's own traumatic transition between worlds, but Susanna's internal alarm bells continue to ring. Outside, the howling wind occasionally mimics a high-pitched, human-like wail, adding a layer of claustrophobic dread to the cozy setting. Joe attributes the sound to the storm, but Susanna cannot shake the feeling that the house is keeping dark secrets, perhaps even prisoners in its depths. Eager to entertain, or perhaps driven by a more sinister compulsion, Joe stands up to perform his old comedy routine. It is here that the psychological horror truly manifests. Joe transforms, shedding his quaint mid-world accent for the rapid-fire, cynical delivery of a seasoned club comic. He launches into a barrage of dated rapid-fire jokes, riffs on aging, marriage, and mundane observations. It is completely absurd to hear this in the shadow of the Dark Tower, but the rhythm of the performance acts as a hypnotic pendulum. Slowly, the atmosphere in the room shifts from mild amusement to something deeply unnatural. Roland, a man defined by his stoicism and the immeasurable tragedy of his long life, begins to laugh. At first, it is a chuckle, but as Joe relentlessly piles on the punchlines, the gunslinger's laughter escalates into a roaring, physical convulsion. Susanna, too, finds herself swept up in the hysterical tide. The laughter becomes self-feeding, a hurricane of manic energy that no longer has anything to do with the humor of the jokes. It is an involuntary extraction of emotion. They are not laughing because they are happy. Their bodies are being hijacked, forced to expel their life force through sheer, exhausting hysteria. The psychological concept of empathica suddenly crystallizes. This creature, whoever or whatever he truly is, does not feed on flesh. He feeds on raw, concentrated human emotion. Comedy and tragedy are merely two sides of the same psychic harvest. The laughter is literally draining the life out of them. The trance is violently broken by a sudden spike of physical agony. Caught in the throes of unnatural hysteria, Susanna slaps her own face, accidentally striking the festering sore by her mouth. The scab is ripped away, and the wound immediately begins to gush blood. The sharp, grounding shock of pain shatters the hypnotic hold of the comedy routine. She snaps back to reality, horrified by the blood soaking her collar and the annoyed expression on Joe's face for having his set interrupted. Excusing herself to the bathroom under the guise of cleaning her wound, Susanna steps into a deceptively normal, pink-wallpapered sanctuary. As she tends to her bleeding face, the muffled sounds of Joe resuming his act and Roland's immediate disturbing return to uncontrollable, jagged laughter filter through the door. It is the sound of a man laughing himself to death. Then, Susanna notices a piece of notepaper resting on a stack of towels. It features a cartoon of a bench being lowered by angels, accompanied by the printed phrase, "Relax. Here comes the Deus ex machina." Below it, written in faded ink, are the words "Odds Lane" and "Odd Lane." The back of the note taunts her for not thinking critically and hints that a combination of comedy and tragedy equals make-believe. The psychological puzzle pieces slam together with terrifying velocity. Someone, or something, anticipated this exact sequence of events. The note challenges her to look at the name of the street. Standing before the fogged mirror, Susanna uses her finger to trace the letters Oddlane. The realization hits her like a physical blow. The apostrophe S on the street sign outside was a deliberate misdirection. When the letters of ODD Lane are rearranged, they spell a name that she has already been warned about in a dream across dimensions. Dandolo. The jolly comedian is an emotional vampire, a psychic predator using humor as an anesthetic to bleed his victims dry. And in the living room beyond the bathroom door, the comedy has finally tipped into tragedy. The laughter has lost all trace of joy. It is now the desperate, ragged sound of a man fighting for air. Roland Deschain, the last gunslinger of Gilead, who has survived gunfights, demons, and the ravages of time, is choking to death on a punchline. The monster, behind the mirage. Standing in the bathroom, a wave of terror washed over her. She realized she had made the near-fatal mistake of disarming herself earlier. When she had returned to the sitting area, yielding to their host's insistence that she take the plush recliner, she had left her revolver resting on an end table. The cylinder was rolled, the shells emptied into her pocket, leaving her utterly vulnerable. Susanna burst from the bathroom, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs, only to find Roland writhing on the floor. His face was a horrific, suffocating purple. He was clawing at his own swollen throat, gasping for air, yet still convulsing with helpless laughter. Looming over the fallen gunslinger was their host, Joe Collins. But the man was no longer the kindly elder they had dined with. The thin, snowy hair had darkened to a midnight black. The deep ravines of age lining his face had vanished, melting away to reveal a man decades younger. This was no ordinary ambush. This was the feeding of a psychic parasite. Joe Collins was a vampire, but not the romanticized, blood-drinking aristocrat of old Gothic tales. He was an entity of empathica, a creature that sustained itself by draining the raw, volatile energy of human emotion. Emotional vampirism is an insidious violation. It leaves the physical body intact while hollowly excavating the soul. By inducing hysterical laughter, he was gorging himself on Roland's life force. As the creature casually degraded women and the nature of sex, a psychological tactic designed to assert dominance and further disorient his prey. Oi, the fiercely loyal Billy Bumbler, launched himself at the monster's leg. With horrifying, unnatural agility, the entity kicked the small creature away, sending Oi crashing into a wall plaque. Consumed by his sadistic feast, the entity failed to notice Susanna using the height of the recliner to launch her attack. With her hands clasped into a singular desperate hammer, she brought her fists down upon the side of his skull. The impact was bone-shattering, sending a blinding wave of agony up Susanna's arms, but it successfully knocked the predator away. Staggering, the creature's facade began to slip. The human disguise was shedding, contracting and darkening into something unspeakable, a psychotic, clownish nightmare. Before it could recover, Oi struck again, sweeping the monster's ankle. The creature collapsed, striking its head hard against the floor. Susanna scrambled to Roland, reaching for his weapon, but his instinctual grip stopped her. The gunslinger, even while suffocating, operated on a primal combat reflex. With Roland's gun locked in his dying grip, Susanna dove toward the end table for her own empty revolver. She snatched it up, her trembling fingers fumbling in her pocket for the loose shells. The creature, Dandolo, as he was truly named, lunged, aiming to crush them both. Susanna narrowly evaded, leaving Dandolo to crash heavily upon Roland. Slamming 2 bullets into the cylinder, she aimed her weapon just as the entity's metamorphosis accelerated. Its features dissolved into an alien, chitinous nightmare, resembling the armored carapace of a colossal insect. It attempted one last desperate psychological manipulation, buzzing an offer to tell another joke. Susanna, entirely immune to the creature's auditory hypnosis, coldly refused and put 2 bullets directly into its brain. With the predator dead, the psychological camouflage, the glamour, shattered. Glamour is the ultimate weapon of the cosmic predator, utilizing nostalgia and warmth to lull prey into a false sense of security. The pristine fairy tale cottage immediately decayed into its true form, a sweltering, filthy, squalid hovel. The roaring fireplace was an inferno, the thermostat cranked to a suffocating heat previously masked by the illusion. The corpse on the floor was an abhorrent, misshapen insectoid monstrosity wearing human clothes, its back marked with a grotesque, rudimentary human face. Roland, his face still swollen, dropped to his knees before Susanna, begging her forgiveness for being utterly deceived. It is a profoundly jarring image. The stoic, unyielding gunslinger brought low by his own gullibility. Susanna offered him pardon, though the sheer trauma of the event nearly summoned Detta Walker, her fierce, unapologetic alter ego, to the surface. In the filthy bathroom, they uncovered the breadcrumbs of their salvation. The words Susanna had seen in the mirror, ODD Lane Dandolo, were an anagram. A note left by the universe's prime creator, Stephen King himself, had guided them. Behind the medicine cabinet mirror, Roland found a photocopy of Robert Browning's poem, Chilled Roland to the Dark Tower Came. The meta-narrative implications here are staggering. Browning, a poet from an entirely different reality and century, had somehow glimpsed this exact moment in the flow of time. He wrote of the hoary cripple who lied in every word, a perfect description of Dandolo. The poem even described Dandolo's miserable blind horse, Lippy. This revelation reinforces a terrifying cosmic truth within the Dark Tower universe. Time is a flat circle, and destiny is a script written long before the actors take the stage. Suddenly, a faint, agonizing wail echoed from beneath the floorboards. Drawing their weapons, they uncovered a hidden trapdoor behind the refrigerator and descended into a dark, maze-like cellar. There, in a makeshift cage of crisscrossing steel, they found the source of the cries. It was a young, emaciated boy named Patrick Danville. Patrick's captivity is a chilling exploration of prolonged psychological and physical torture. He was kept barely alive, serving as a captive emotional dairy cow for Dandolo. The creature would subject him to extremes of terror, sorrow, and hysterical laughter, feeding on the boy's psychic output. When the boy shrank away from Roland in absolute mindless terror, it was not Susanna who broke through to him, but Detta Walker. Detta is often viewed as a chaotic, violent force within Susanna's mind, but here she serves as the ultimate psychological shield. Detta understands the language of abuse. Using a crude but deeply empathetic tough love, she communicated to the boy that his tormentor was dead. When Susanna gently asked Patrick to open his mouth, the full extent of his mutilation was revealed. At some point, tired of hearing the boy's words, Dandolo had brutally ripped out his tongue. For days, they waited out a furious blizzard in Dandolo's barn. During this time, they discovered Patrick's extraordinary supernatural gift for art. Using a stash of pencils and sketch pads, the tongueless boy communicated his trauma. His drawings were not mere sketches. They were terrifyingly vivid, photorealistic windows into his suffering. He drew Dandolo feeding on his laughter, rendering the agony and forced joy with flawless, chilling accuracy. Yet there was a sinister psychological detail hidden in Patrick's art supplies. Every single pencil had its pink eraser meticulously sliced off. This was a deliberate act of psychological warfare by Dandolo. By removing the erasers, the vampire dictated that in Patrick's world, there could be no corrections, no undoing of mistakes, and no erasure of pain. The artist was forced to live permanently with every mark he made, reinforcing a helpless state of victimhood. While they rested, a shadow crept through the snow. Mordred, the arachnid human offspring of both Roland and the Crimson King, lurked at the edge of their sanctuary. Fueled by a toxic cocktail of abandonment issues and the dark whispers of his Red Father, the starving creature scavenged Dandello's leftovers. Mordred is the dark mirror to Roland's makeshift family, a being born of destiny, but consumed entirely by hatred rather than love. He, too, felt the magnetic pull of the Dark Tower, but it sang to him a song of apocalyptic ruin, the erasure of scars. As the Fellowship prepared for the final grueling leg of their pilgrimage, Susanna Dean found herself retreating into the freezing brush to weep in absolute secrecy. Survivor's guilt and the crushing weight of impending finality had begun to fracture her resolve. She knew with a deep intuitive dread that her time in this universe was rapidly expiring. Their transport arrived in the form of a massive snow-plowing robot named Stuttering Bill. A mechanical relic of the old world, Bill provided them a brief, surreal respite, blasting old rock-and-roll tunes, including the Beatles, from his cab as he drove them toward the edge of the Whitelands. The juxtaposition of cheerful, nostalgic pop music echoing across a frozen, post-apocalyptic wasteland underscores the tragic absurdity of their journey. It is a reminder of the vibrant worlds that have moved on, leaving only echoes and rust in their wake. At Federal Outpost 19, Bill offered them a reliable four-wheel drive truck that could easily carry them the remaining 100 miles to the Dark Tower in a matter of hours. Rationally, taking the vehicle was the safest, most strategic choice. Yet, Roland refused. The gunslinger insisted on walking the final distance. This decision is steeped in the psychology of the pilgrim. The Dark Tower is not merely a physical destination. It is the axis of existence, a divine and cursed monolith. To approach it requires a spiritual toll that cannot be bypassed by mechanical convenience. Roland needed the rhythmic meditation of walking to prepare his soul for the end of a lifetime of bloodshed. Recognizing the physical limitations of his companions, Bill constructed a makeshift, feather-light cart for Roland to pull and provided a battery-powered scooter for Susanna. As they moved into the vast, open prairies, the psychic gravity of the tower grew immense. It wasn't just a physical presence, it was a rhythmic, hypnotic pulse echoing in their skulls, a song commanding them to come. But Susanna was being called by a different frequency. Each night, as she fell into exhausted slumber, she was haunted by vivid, desperate dreams. She stood in a snowy Central Park, watching her dead husband, Eddie, and their surrogate son, Jake. They wore clothing emblazoned with brands from their native reality, a visual anchor to the Keystone world. In the dream, they stood near a solid ironwood door marked "The Artist" and "Unfound." Their spectral faces were etched with mounting panic, silently screaming at her that the clock was ticking, that her window for escape was violently closing. The psychological pressure of these dreams was suffocating. Susanna was torn between her loyalty to Roland and the primal, desperate need to reunite with the soul she had lost. The trauma of her journey was physically manifesting on her face in the form of a demonic, throbbing sore, a lingering curse from her time in Thunderclap. It was a brand of her suffering, a constant, painful reminder of the darkness she had endured. The breakthrough arrived on the third night. Patrick, seeking comfort in his obsession, began to sketch Susanna. As she watched him work, she felt an uncanny physical tingling across her body. When he proudly revealed the portrait, it was a breathtaking masterpiece of love and reverence. He had captured her inherent beauty, but he had also faithfully drawn the hideous, demonic blemish near her mouth. Looking at the artwork, a profound, world-altering realization washed over Susanna. In the Dark Tower universe, art does not merely reflect reality, it commands it. The concept of drawing, someone takes on a literal, magical weight. Roland had drawn her into Midworld through a magical door. Eddie and Jake had drawn her heart through love. Patrick was drawing her reality with a pencil. Operating on pure intuition, Susanna retrieved a glass jar she had scavenged from Dandelo's hovel. Inside were the pink erasers the vampire had so cruelly amputated from the pencils. She handed one to the tongueless savant. Patrick looked at the rubber nub with confusion. He had lived in a reality where mistakes were permanent for so long that the concept of erasure was alien to him. Susanna guided his hand, instructing him to erase the saw from the paper. As Patrick tentatively began to rub the graphite away, the physical sensation on Susanna's face erupted. The mild tingling violently escalated into a monstrous, maddening itch. The psychology of this moment is brilliant and brutal. Healing is rarely a peaceful process. To eradicate deep-rooted trauma, one must endure the agonizing friction of confronting it. Susanna dug her hands into the dirt, fighting the overwhelming urge to claw her own face apart as the psychic surgery took place. When Patrick finally blew the eraser shavings away, the agony vanished. Susanna touched her face. The demonic sore was completely gone, leaving perfectly smooth skin. More fascinating was Patrick's reaction, or lack thereof. By erasing the blemish from the paper, he had effectively erased it from his own memory. The artist had literally rewritten history. Empowered by this revelation, Susanna issued her final, desperate commission. She described the unfound door from her dreams, detailing its dimensions, while rapidly sketching the necessary magical symbols in the campfire ash to anchor the concept. Patrick worked feverishly, but the door failed to manifest. It was Roland who deduced the missing psychological link. Patrick's drawing, though perfect, existed in a vacuum. It lacked context. The human mind requires an anchor to bridge the gap between imagination and reality. Roland instructed Patrick to draw Susanna's electric scooter directly in front of the door. The moment the artist grounded the magical doorway in the physical reality of their campsite, the air violently shifted. The flames of the campfire warped, and standing in the freezing grass was the solid ironwood unfound door. The dawn brought the absolute heart-wrenching dissolution of their quartet. Susanna offered Patrick the chance to flee with her, to escape to a world where his talents would be revered. But the boy, terrified of the unknown and traumatized by change, chose to remain with the gunslinger. When Susanna mounted her scooter, preparing to roll through the doorway into the snowy void of New York, Roland finally broke. The stoic, legendary Knight of Gilead, a man who had sacrificed entire worlds for his quest, grasped her hand and pleaded with her to stay. In a moment that shatters the archetype of the unfeeling warrior, Roland dropped to his knees in the dirt. It is a devastating portrait of a man recognizing the absolute isolation of his obsession. Roland's way is the way of the gun. To walk beside him is to invite inevitable death. Susanna knew this. Eddie was dead. Jake was dead. If she stayed to see the tower, she would die too. Her refusal to stay was not an act of abandonment, but an act of profound self-preservation. She demanded he stand, refusing to let her final memory of him be one of broken servitude. The final tragedy of the morning belonged to Oy. Susanna gently called to the Billy Bumbler, hoping to save at least one soul from the tower's meat grinder. Oy approached the cart, his intelligent eyes filled with the heavy sorrow of understanding. But when Susanna spoke the fateful words, "There are other worlds than these," Oy stopped. He retreated, sitting firmly beside Roland's battered boot. The psychology of the pack bound him. Oy's loyalty to the Alpha, to the gunslinger who had led them through hell, superseded his own survival instinct. With a final kiss that tasted of 1,000 years of dust and death, Susanna rolled forward. The door slammed shut behind her with the finality of a coffin lid, instantly vanishing into the ether. Roland of Gilead was left alone in the freezing wind. flanked only by a tongueless boy and a grieving animal. He buried his face in his hands, momentarily crushed by the unbearable weight of his loneliness. Yet, the sorrow was fleeting. As they packed their meager supplies and continued their march, the horizon shifted. The Dark Tower was close now. Its rhythmic pulsing invaded Roland's mind, a hypnotic drumbeat that systematically anesthetized his grief. The tower was a magnificent, terrible addiction, and as its song swelled in the air, sweeping away the ghosts of his found family, the gunslinger surrendered to its call. The journey was nearly done, and there was nothing left but the path ahead. The death of a son. The cosmic joke of fate is often cruel, but rarely is it as viscerally pathetic as the final hours of Mordred Deschain. Born of prophecy, sired by two fathers, one a relentless force of order, the other the very avatar of chaotic ruin, this creature was destined to be the harbinger of the end of days. He was meant to tear down the very fabric of reality. Yet here he is, reduced to a shivering, fever-ravaged husk, dying not in a clash of titans, but from the mundane, humiliating agony of food poisoning. He had consumed the tainted, unthawed flesh of a dead horse left in the snow, a desperate act of starvation that now tears his internal organs apart. The irony is suffocating. Ka, the relentless wheel of destiny, clearly has no interest in granting this half-spider, half-human abomination a dignified exit. As he stalks his white daddy, Roland of Gilead, Mordred's body is a battleground. He is racked with violent dysentery, shivering in the freezing air, struggling to maintain his human guise. The arachnid entity beneath his skin writhes, begging to burst forth, but he knows with terrifying certainty that if he shifts into his eight-legged form now, the accelerated metabolism of the spider will rapidly burn through whatever life he has left. He will die before he ever tastes Roland's flesh. The psychological torment of this is profound. He is a child, abandoned, terrified, and fueled only by the telepathic, maddening whispers of his Red Daddy, the Crimson King, who urges him onward from the dark reaches of the tower. Mordred watches through binoculars, his blackening, necrotic fingers trembling, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, Roland is a man hollowed out by grief. Susanna has chosen to leave, stepping through a door to another world, and her departure has severed the final tether of his found family. He is dragging a physical cart, but the true weight he pulls is the crushing, inescapable burden of his survivor's guilt. He has outlived them all. He is accompanied only by the mute artist Patrick Danville and the fiercely loyal Billy Bumbler, Oi. The atmosphere is heavy with impending finality. As they trudge onward, the psychic pulse of the Dark Tower beats against Roland's mind like a second heart. It is a siren song, beautiful and terrifying, pulling him relentlessly toward the end of his life's grueling marathon. At one point, Roland discovers a wild rose growing defiantly beside the path. It sings to him. This is a manifestation of the beams, a physical anchor of the universe's life force. For a brief moment, peering into the blazing, sun-like center of the flower, Roland's overwhelming depression lifts. It is a psychological balm, a glimpse of pure, untainted creation in a world that has moved on to rot and ruin. He asks Patrick to sketch it, hoping to capture a fragment of this grace. Yet even this moment of respite is tainted by Roland's fractured state of mind. He snaps at Oi, frustrated by the animal's mourning of Susanna, immediately regretting the harsh words, but lacking the emotional elasticity to bridge the gap. He is a man whose emotional landscape has been scorched bare by trauma. Night falls, and exhaustion finally catches up to the gunslinger. He's practically catatonic with fatigue. Desperate, he forces Patrick to stay awake and keep watch by giving him a task: draw the brightest star in the sky. It is a calculated risk, relying on the boy's obsessive artistic focus to act as a sentry. But Roland underestimates the hypnotic magical lullaby radiating from the Dark Tower. The song drifts across the plains, an ancient, soothing nursery rhyme that wraps around Patrick's mind, dragging the boy into a deep, inescapable slumber. In the darkness, the predator makes his move. Driven by the Crimson King's venomous urging, Mordred finally surrenders to the shift. He erupts into his monstrous spider form, a nightmare of chitin and malice, and descends upon the sleeping camp. He is mere seconds from tearing Roland's throat out, from ending the epic of the gunslinger in a pathetic ambush. But he forgets about the humblest member of the quartet. Oi, the brave, heartbroken little creature who refused to leave his master's side, intercepts the monster. The ensuing struggle is horrific and brief. Oi latches his jaws onto the spider's leg joint, his tiny teeth sinking deep into the venomous ichor. Mordred shrieks, thrashing wildly. Roland jolts awake to a scene of absolute chaos. In the flickering firelight, he sees the terrible, tragic juxtaposition of his world, his mutated, bloodthirsty son tearing apart his fiercely loyal companion. Mordred manages to curl a leg around the bumbler and violently twists. The sickening crack of Oi's spine echoes in the night air. The spider hurls the broken animal aside, impaling him on a jagged branch. Roland's reaction is pure, chilling instinct. There is no hesitation, no fatherly pause. He draws his revolver, his eyes locking onto the tiny, human-like blue eyes resting atop the spider's bloated abdomen, eyes that perfectly mirror his own. He sees the face of the son he never wanted, the son born of violation and dark magic, and he fires. He shoots his offspring to pieces, watching the nightmare collapse into the campfire, its flesh burning and popping in the embers. The Crimson King howls in Roland's mind, screaming accusations of murder. But Roland is numb to it. He has killed his family. He knows this. He owns the truth of his cursed existence. He approaches the dying bumbler. Oi, bleeding and broken, looks up at the man who has brought him nothing but suffering and adventure. The animal licks Roland's hand once, speaks his final defining word, Olan, and expires. It is a devastating emotional climax. Roland's grief is quiet, absolute, and terrifying. When Patrick wakes, horrified, and attempts to use his magical eraser to unmake the sketch he drew, Roland gently stops him. The anger has burned out, leaving only ash. They bury the tiny creature, the last of the fallen, and continue their march. The Dark Tower awaits. The Red King's balcony. The journey reaches its visual and thematic crescendo as Roland and Patrick crest the final hill. Before them lies Cancar no Ray, a sweeping, seemingly infinite ocean of blood-red roses. Rising from the center of this crimson sea is the Dark Tower itself. It is a monolithic structure of dark, soot-grey stones spiraling upward into the heavens, its windows glowing with eldritch light, anchored by the swirling clouds of the beams. The sheer psychological gravity of the structure is staggering. This is the axis of all possible worlds, the linchpin of creation. But the majesty of the moment is instantly shattered by a screeching lunatic voice. Trapped on a balcony several levels up is the Crimson King. For all the mythic dread surrounding him, the reality of the ultimate antagonist is pathetically absurd. He is not a dark, brooding deity, but a raving, white-bearded madman in a lightning-stitched red robe, looking less like a dark lord and more like a demonic, psychotic Santa Claus. Driven insane by his own imprisonment and cosmic ambition, he has no grand spells or armies left. His only weapons are crates of sneetches, golden explosive orbs resembling the snitches from a different magical tale, repurposed here as deadly heat-seeking grenades. The Crimson King begins bombarding them. The whistling shrieks of the sneetches cut through the beautiful, overwhelming song of the roses. Roland, operating on pure reflexive mastery, shoots the explosives out of the sky mid-air. Saving himself, and the terrified Patrick. They take cover behind an ancient ruined pyramid of stone and steel, pinned down by the madman's barrage. Here begins a grueling psychological siege. The Crimson King knows he doesn't necessarily have to kill Roland with explosives. He just has to wait. As the day progresses towards sunset, the psychic pull of the Dark Tower intensifies. The singing of the roses and the hum of the structure morph into a demanding, irresistible compulsion. It is an addiction made manifest. Roland realizes with creeping horror that when the sun begins to set, the call will become so overpowering that his mind will simply shatter. He will stand up, drop his weapons, and sprint toward the tower in an ecstasy of longing, allowing the Crimson King to blow him to pieces in the open field. Desperation forces Roland to rely on the Mute Boy's miraculous, reality-altering talent. He commands Patrick to draw the Crimson King. Patrick, though paralyzed by fear, begins to sketch. Through the binoculars, the boy captures the crazed monarch with terrifying accuracy. The deep creases of madness, the cruel mouth, the singular winking tusk of a tooth. Patrick's art transcends mere replication. It captures the essence of the target. But there is a massive problem. When the black and white sketch is complete, it lacks the magical tether to affect the real-world monster. Patrick frantically gestures to his own eyes, then points to the field of roses. He needs color. He needs the red of the king's eyes. Roland understands what must be done, and it is a suicidal gambit. He must leave cover to pluck one of the mystical roses. As he dives into the open, a Sneetch screams down from the balcony. Roland grabs a rose, but the magical thorns tear through his leather glove, slicing into his flesh. The explosion detonates dangerously close, and one of Roland's 2 remaining fingers on his right hand is nearly severed, hanging by a bloody tendon. Yet, he secures the prize. Patrick takes the rose, which miraculously does not cut him, proving that fate, or Ka, has chosen him for this exact purpose. The boy chews the petals, mixing them with Roland's freshly spilled blood to create a dark, magical paste. With surgical precision, Patrick dabs the crimson mixture onto the eyes of his sketch. The connection is forged. The Crimson King howls in sudden, agonizing awareness. Then comes the execution, not by a bullet, but by a pink rubber eraser. Roland hands the eraser to Patrick and gives the order to unmake the devil. As the boy rubs the pencil lines away, the Crimson King's screams turn to pure, existential terror. The physical form of the ultimate evil is literally rubbed out of existence. Patrick erases the beard, the screaming mouth, the flailing arms, until the eraser is worn down to nothing. All that remains of the Crimson King are his 2 floating blood-red eyes, trapped forever in the air above the balcony, seething in impotent, eternal rage. Evil is not defeated by matching its destructive force, but by the quiet, creative power of the artist unmaking it. With the path clear, the sky turns the color of a bruised, bleeding heart. The pull of the tower reaches its absolute zenith. Roland knows his time has come. He turns to Patrick, delivering his final instructions. Go back, follow the road, find the robot, and draw a door back to America. He kisses the boy, passing on a message of eternal love for Susanna, and then turns his back on the only living soul left in his world. Roland strides into the field of roses. The air vibrates with monumental significance. As he walks, he begins to shout the names of the dead. It is a litany of ghosts, a roll call of every soul sacrificed on the altar of his obsession. He calls for Cuthbert, Alain, Susan Delgado, Father Callahan, Eddie, Susanna, Jake, and Oy. He calls for his mother and his father. He announces himself, Roland of Gilead, the last of the line of Eld. The tower acknowledges him. The massive ghost wood door at the base swings open. Roland steps inside, the heavy door booming shut behind him, sealing him in the dark. A snowy Christmas in New York. Far from the blood-red fields of Endworld, the universe offers a quiet, profound grace. In the Keystone world, it is 1987, and the air of Central Park is thick with the biting chill of an incoming blizzard. A children's choir sings a doo-wop rendition of What Child Is This?, their voices slicing through the muffled hum of the city. Here in the pristine falling snow, a small electric cart materializes out of nowhere, bearing Susanna Dean. The transition from a realm of cosmic warfare to the mundane beauty of a New York winter is jarring, yet deeply soothing. But Susanna is trapped in a vortex of profound psychological anxiety. She has risked everything, stepping through an unfathomable doorway, clinging to the hope that she might find the man she loves. Yet the paralyzing what-ifs haunt her. What if the universe's translation is flawed? What if the man she finds has no memory of her? What if he looks at her and sees only a legless, homeless woman in a stolen cart? Worse still, what if he is lost to the needle, a hollow-eyed junkie consumed by heroin? A voice echoes in her mind. Roland's voice, pragmatic and unyielding, telling her to stop her fretting and face her fate. He also suggests she unburden herself. Susanna looks down at the heavy revolver tucked into her belt, the weapon of a gunslinger. She checks the cylinder and realizes the bullets are dead. Wets. The gun will never fire again. The symbolism is absolute. To embrace this new life, she must completely sever her ties to the violence and bloodshed of Midworld. Without a second thought, she drops the legendary weapon into a green trash barrel. It sinks into the wrappers and discarded papers, a mythic artifact swallowed by the mundane world. She has chosen life over the gun. She propels her cart forward toward a young man holding a cup of hot chocolate. He wears a sweatshirt advertising a soda that doesn't exist in her original timeline. He turns, and for a heart-stopping second, Susanna sees total confusion in his eyes. But then, the confusion melts into a smile she knows in her bones. It is Eddie. He is clean, vibrant, and alive. The cosmic resonance of their love has pierced the boundaries of reality. Eddie explains, his voice trembling with relief, that he has been hearing voices and dreaming of her for months. He thought he was losing his mind. He offers her the hot chocolate, and the simple act of wiping a dab of cream from her nose sparks an electric, undeniable connection. They are strangers who know each other's souls. He even bought her a Merry Christmas winter hat, guided by the very voices that drew him to the park. The psychological relief that washes over Susanna is immense. The wheel of Car has finally turned in her favor. Eddie introduces his younger brother, who has also been dreaming of her. It is Jake. They are the Torin brothers in this reality, safe, together, and whole. As the snow falls heavily around them, blanketing the city in white, Susanna takes Eddie's hand. They are not the exact people who died in Midworld, but the essence of their spirits has survived. They have found their clearing at the end of the path. It is not a fairy tale ending without scars, but it is enough. They will live. The Wheel of Car. Here the narrative fabric tears slightly, and the voice of the storyteller emerges, offering a somber warning to the reader. Stephen King himself steps into the light, cautioning against the human obsession with absolute finality. Endings are heartless things, he muses. They are closed doors. The true joy of any tale is the journey, the love, the shared experiences along the road. He urges us to stop reading, to leave the story in the snow globe perfection of Central Park with Susanna, Eddie, and Jake. To step past this point is to invite heartbreak. But human nature is a stubborn, morbid thing. We must know what lies behind the final door. We must see the top of the Dark Tower. Roland stands in the entryway of the tower, enveloped by the smell of bitter alkali. The interior of the structure is a spiraling, claustrophobic stone staircase, ascending seemingly into infinity. But the tower is not merely a building, it is a living, breathing entity, perhaps the physical body of Gan, the creator himself. And it is a museum dedicated to a single, tragic subject, Roland's own life. As he climbs, the gunslinger realizes that the tower contains hundreds of rooms, each corresponding to a chapter of his existence. It is a psychological autopsy of his trauma. The first room holds the tiny cedar clip that pinched his umbilical cord, accompanied by the scent of baby powder and the ghostly whispers of his parents rejoicing at his birth. Moving upward, he finds the shredded remnants of Mordred's diaper, the sweet aroma of his mother's talc, the husky scent of his father's shaving soap. Each floor forces him to confront the ghosts of his past. He sees the collar of his childhood dog, Ringo. He smells the cheap perfume of the first prostitute he ever bedded. The ascent becomes a gauntlet of guilt. He passes a room containing the charred stake where his first true love, Susan Delgado, was burned alive. The tower whispers to him, confirming his darkest fear. This place is a monument to death, but only because Roland's life has made it so. His ruthless pursuit of the tower demanded these sacrifices, and now the tower reflects his own bloody ledger back at him. He climbs faster, desperate to escape the ghosts, his breath hitching as the stairwell narrows to the width of a coffin. Finally, he reaches the absolute pinnacle. A single ghostwood door stands before him, bearing his own name, Roland. The doorknob is intricately carved with the image of a rose wrapped around a revolver. The voice of the tower whispers a cryptic promise of renewal, a hint that things will be restored to him. Roland turns the knob and pushes the door open. What he sees does not bring salvation, it brings an apocalyptic, soul-shattering revelation. The sunlight that blinds him is not the light of heaven, but the harsh, unforgiving glare of the Mohane desert. The smell of bitter alkali and sweet, nightmare-inducing devil grass fills his lungs. In a single devastating heartbeat, the absolute horror of his existence crashes down upon him. The Dark Tower is not a destination, it is a hinge in time. He has not reached the end, he has reached the beginning. He realizes, with a scream of pure, unadulterated agony, that he has done this before. He has climbed these stairs, opened this door, and been hurled back through time countless times. He is trapped in the Buddhist nightmare of samsara, a wheel of endless suffering and repetition. He begs for mercy, but the hands of Ka are indifferent. They shove him violently forward, wiping his memory clean as he falls through the doorway. He is stripped of his knowledge, stripped of the agonizing realization of his eternal loop, dropped right back into the body of the younger gunslinger, dizzy from the heat of the desert. He shakes his head, attributing his brief moment of vertigo to the oppressive sun. He must keep moving, he has a man in black to catch. But as the cycle restarts, the storyteller reveals a singular, monumental difference. This time, as Roland adjusts his gear, his hand brushes against a piece of brass resting on his hip. It is the horn of Eld. In the previous cycle, he had left it lying in the dust by Cuthbert's corpse at Jericho Hill, abandoning a symbol of his humanity in his ruthless rush forward. This time, he paused for the 3 seconds it took to pick it up. This tiny, seemingly insignificant change shifts the entire cosmological weight of the story. The loop is not a closed, inescapable circle. It is a spiral. Roland has learned incrementally to value the soul over the quest, and the universe has rewarded him. He carries the horn now. Perhaps when he reaches the Dark Tower in this new cycle, he will be able to blow it, fulfilling the ancient promise and finally finding his rest. The scent of roses lingers faintly in the dry desert air. The man in black fled across the desert, and the gunslinger followed.